Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 338, and we are discussing the Gulf War, the Iran War, the US Israel versus Iran war. What's happening? As always, it's a developing situation. So we're going to discuss that. I'm going to take as many questions as possible about that topic mainly. But before we do that, let's see who all is there on the live stream with us. I can see Akshit Sharma, Shri Ramachandraya Namaha. Hello. Utkarsh Shukla, Kamal Birda, Geopolitical Dubai from Indore, Karan Singh Punder, Cool Short 5763, Somi, Nirvana Shags Salve, uh, Freakster, Someone 123 and 7W, Sky Glideress, Namaste. Ayush Gupta Maurya, Jai Shri Ram, Shri Ramachandraya Namaha once again. Tanmay Deshpande, Omkar Date, hello. Raghuveer Solanki, Ashish Chaudhary, Samarth Pramanik, Namaskar. Sumit Agarwal, Soldier Boy, Panduranga Rula, Saksham Jasrotia, Cool Short, Ayush Singh, Pranam, Tanmay Deshpande, Kapalin, Priyanshi Sood, Om, Jaskir Singh, Cool Short 5760 once again. Marshall Saini, Saksham Jasrotia, Astasiaro. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mahita Bhushati, hello. Satyam Chaudhary, Abhishek Shukla live. Putin is taking charge, says. Swami is here from Jaipur. Balki today. Honey Badger of Kalinga, hello. Arindam Roy, hello. Tanmay Deshpande, Jyoti Panda, namaskar. Ashay, hello. Marshall Saini, Froster, Shreyas Mitra is here from Moscow. Pranam. Hello. Abhinav Kapil is here from Himachal. Pranam. SKR is here from Jerusalem. Okay. I see what you did there. Ram. Chaitanya Manuja, Stanley, Rohit Gomis, Jayant S121, Anuj Sahu, Random Skull, hello. Good to see you. Meow Soldier Boy. Who else do we have? Shruti is here. Ananya is here. Ravlight is here. Virinchi Verma. I Sagar Daddimani. Just a word away. Someone. VS. Hello. Good to see you. Toxic Kratos. Hello. Sundaram is here from Canada. Akshit Sharma is also here. And yeah, everyone else. Manhattan is also here. Nirvana Shanks. And everyone else. Okay. So let us discuss the situation. The evolving situation in West Asia. The war is escalating. Let's first take a look at some of the things that are happening right now, essentially in real time or in the past few hours. Give me a second. Where's the thing? Okay, let's put this on the screen. Let's see what's happening right now. So this is, it's in Arabic, but let's translate this. This is the AD Media Office, the official account of the Abu Dhabi Media Office. Okay. And it says that the competent authorities in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi are dealing with the fire that broke out in one of the facilities within the Ruwais industrial complex, resulting from a drone attack, with no injuries recorded so far. The competent authorities have urged the public to obtain information from official sources only, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the Ruwais industrial complex in Abu Dhabi, it is the largest oil refinery in West Asia. And it's one of the largest single site refineries in the entire world. It has been hit by a drone strike. Okay? It's a drone strike. Let's search for Ruwais, shall we? Let's search for Ruwais. What's going on in Ruwais? So this is an evolving situation. It's developing news. What does this say? The UAE's largest refinery has been struck. This was no random industrial site. This is ADNOC's Ruwais refinery. ADNOC is Abu Dhabi National Oil Corporation, one of the major oil producers in the world. ADNOC. So the Ruwais processes up to 837,000 barrels of crude oil every single day. It's located on the Arabian Gulf Coast, about 245 kilometers west of Abu Dhabi. It's the heart of UAE's oil exports, petrochemicals, and strategic reserves, etc. And they are saying US, Israel, or Iran just hit the UAE where it hurts most. It's oil lifeline. Global oil markets are already reacting. This changes everything. Okay. So yeah, this looks like, yeah, I don't know who this is. And they said that US, Israel, or Iran just hit the UAE. Interesting way of putting it. Yeah. So obviously the blame is going to go on Iran, and most likely it makes sense that it must have been Iran, but you never know. You never know. So this is a major escalation, and this happened just 2-3 hours ago. I mean, the news came out 2-3 hours ago. What else is happening? This is by Ali Larijani. Um, and what's it say? This is a post by Donald Trump. Trump says if Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder in capitals than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation. Again, death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it's a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you, etc., etc. And what does Ali Larijani say? The Ashura living nation of Iran does not fear your paper threats. Even those greater than you could not eliminate the Iranian nation. Watch out for yourself, lest you be eliminated. That's what Ali Larijani says. Ali Larijani. Who is Ali Larijani? Let's find out. Ali Larijani. He is an Iranian politician, former military officer in the IRGC. So he's a senior politician in Iran. What else do we have? Here we have Trump. Trump said, why don't we just, Trump said that I said, why don't we just capture that ship? We could use it. Why did we sink it? And the commander of the American submarine said, it's more fun to sink them. They like sinking them better. So from what Trump is saying, this is in reference to the ship, the Iranian ship that was torpedoed right outside of India's territorial waters. It was torpedoed in international waters, but in India's zone of interest, south of Sri Lanka. So from what Trump is saying, it looks like the captain of the submarine had a choice of either capturing or sinking the ship. He had a choice of either capturing or sinking the ship. And he said that it's more fun to sink them. So he torpedoed the ship and he allowed these sailors to drown. This sounds very suspiciously like a war crime. But I suspect if the US does it, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Yeah, so this is kind of what's happening right now. UAE's major oil refinery has been struck. Okay, is this real image? Is it fake? You never know these days, right? What does it say? Okay. Long story. Long story. Anyhow, this is kind of what's happening in the West Asia region right now. So it's escalating. The situation is escalating. Trump is making major threats. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Chinese ships are being allowed to pass by Iran, but no other ships dare to pass right now. So that's causing an oil price rise across the world, which is a major problem for everybody, including us in India. There are nations that are already, beginning to ration, whether it's LNG, whether it's petroleum, whether it's fuel. Yeah, that process is beginning. And this is going to, if the strait remains closed, it's going to be a major problem for India, China, Japan, and other nations as well, east of the Strait of Hormuz, and other nations around the world as well, because oil prices will rise globally. In the US, gasoline prices have already risen by more than $1, it looks like. And this is going to be a problem for Trump because it's going to displease his core voter base. His vote bank is going to be problematic for him. Yeah, so that's the situation. Now, my analysis about what's happening, I put it out on Twitter, but let me read it out for you all over here. Let's do that. Okay, let's make it larger. So this is a very brief analysis that I put on Twitter. My analysis is actually much deeper, but on Twitter you keep it short. So Operation Epic Fury, tactically successful, strategically self-defeating. So War is supposed to be the continuation of politics by other means. War is supposed to be the continuation of politics by other means. But the current US campaign versus Iran has inverted this relationship. Military action is being pursued in the absence of a coherent political objective, with this political objective expected to somehow emerge from the military action. Okay? So, politics is not war by other means. War is supposed to be politics by other means. So there's military action being taken by the Americans, and they are expecting that somehow the political objective will emerge out of our warfare. What it means, translated into regular language, it means they don't know what they want to achieve. Their goalposts have been changing from day one to day two to all the way now. Initially, it was regime change. Initially, Trump was saying that, you know what, people of Iran, go ahead, and we're going to destroy this regime, and you can take over. So Trump expected that if he kills Khamenei, then the regime is over and the people of Iran can take over. But that's not what happened. It was a miscalculation. Then he's moved his goalpost and he's saying that now it's something else, denuclearization, demissilization, and so on and so forth. So not regime change anymore. Then what are you doing? So they are not sure what they want to achieve. Their goalposts keep changing. So military action is being pursued in the absence of a coherent political objective, and they expect that this political objective will emerge somehow from the military action. So this is the worst kind of category error, because it cannot be corrected by better targeting or more aircraft sorties or more missile strikes. It can't be corrected by any of that. Military action can't correct this category error. Okay. Now, thus far, the US campaign to date has achieved significant tactical success, and the credit for this goes to the American military. They've destroyed a lot of Iranian military nuclear infrastructure, apparently. They have obviously killed Khamenei, assassinated him and all the top leadership of Iran. They've suppressed a lot of Iran's air defenses, but this has produced strategic stalemate. Iran is absorbing the strikes of the Americans and the Israelis, and at the same time it is maintaining its offensive capability, its offensive capacity. It is maintaining the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and it's maintaining the activity of its allies, its proxies, Hezbollah, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it is the Houthis, whether it is Iraq militias, etc. Right? So this is ongoing. This is a stalemate. And why has this stalemate occurred? This stalemate has occurred because, despite being tactically successful, the American campaign is operationally incoherent and strategically self-defeating. And the credit for this goes to Donald Trump. Okay, so how is it incoherent? How is it strategically self-defeating despite being tactically successful? First of all, the tactical destruction of Iranian military or nuclear facilities does not translate into the operational control of Iran's missile forces. Those are still being 100% controlled by Iran, by the IRGC and the Iranian military. That's number one. Number two, the operational suppression by America of Iran's air defenses does not produce the strategic collapse of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's not going to produce that. Okay. Number three, the strategic decapitation of Khamenei does not produce a compliant successor government in the absence of physical occupation. To produce a compliant successor government, you have to physically occupy the territory, and the Americans are unwilling to physically occupy the territory or even attempt that, right? So it's not produced a compliant, a pliable successor government. The IRGC's redundant command structure, distributed leadership, and ideological cohesion mean that the loss of any one person, any individual, including the supreme leader, does not collapse the system. It doesn't collapse the system. One person dies, doesn't matter, right? Iran has been successfully able to appoint a new supreme leader without any operational interruption of its war fighting, of its war efforts. Nothing was interrupted, right? Next, number four, carpet bombing. The Americans are carpet bombing the Iranian population. Carpet bombing the Iranian populace and obliterating their infrastructure and their oil reserves does not induce them to overthrow the government. It does not induce this sort of behavior, carpet bombing the people and destroying their infrastructure. It does not induce those people who you are bombing to overthrow the government. It produces the opposite effect. It reinforces nationalist cohesion. The people rally around the flag. Even those who are opposing the government of Iran, even they will now rally around the flag, right? Then the Americans are thinking of maybe using mercenaries, using proxies like the Kurdish mercenaries, maybe ISIS terrorists, maybe somebody else. Okay, so if the Americans go forward with this plan, proxy invasion of Iran, that will take years to make any inroads, and it is most likely almost 100% guaranteed to fail, as Saddam Hussein discovered. Okay, it's not easy to invade Iran. And Saddam had a full professional military. Who are ISIS and who are the Kurdish mercenaries? They're nothing compared to Saddam, right? Next, Trump has a huge, acute political vulnerability. It's a very near-term political vulnerability. He has imposed a 4-week political window for wrapping up this operation. Okay, this military operation by the United States, it's costing almost $1 billion a day. Last I checked, it was $891 million per day. It's burning through cash. Okay, so huge costs every day. The oil prices are rising, they're shooting up, and there is congressional opposition to what Trump is doing. Okay, so all of this is going to converge into one hard culminating point for Trump. He doesn't have time. Sentiment is growing against him in the United States, whether it's in the opposition or whether it's among his own supporters. Okay, and even the nuclear option is unlikely to defeat the Iranian mosaic warfare strategy, the decentralized warfare strategy. And we know that a religiously motivated Shia Iran that embraces martyrdom will be happy to fight on. A nuclear explosion will, or nuclear attacks won't make a difference to their resolve to fight on and their desire to die in service of the nation, right? So because of all these factors, the American campaign, it's approaching its culminating point. Okay, the superiority of the attacker, the Americans and Israelis, over the defender, which is the Iranians, is close to being consumed. Continued offensive action thereafter will produce diminishing returns rather than increasing returns for the attacker. So the US is in a situation where it is unwilling to put boots on the ground. No major military campaign has ever been won from altitude. No major military campaign has been won from altitude, from up in the sky. You have to put boots on the ground, otherwise you don't achieve your political objectives. It's as simple as that. You can win minor campaigns from altitude, but you can't win a major campaign like this from altitude. That's what history tells you, right? So the United States cannot win a protracted campaign with the instruments and constraints it has deployed. It has two choices. Either it terminates the campaign on achievable limited terms, or the alternative is it escalates to occupation, which is boots on the ground, but it's unfeasible due to domestic political sentiment. Or the US must wait for its own culminating point, which is essentially a failure to achieve any significant objectives, right? See, there is massive domestic political sentiment against a US ground invasion of Iran. There are two populations here. There's the Iranians, who are fighting for the survival of Iran. And there's the American soldiers who are fighting for the capture of another nation's oil resources. Who will be more motivated? Who will be willing to die for the cause? Obviously, those who are fighting for their homeland and its survival. The ones who are out for plunder, they will not be willing to die for plunder. So that's the dichotomy here. Okay. So the situation is that Iran only needs to do one thing. It needs not to lose. It needs to not lose. All Iran has to do is to sustain the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Each day of disrupted tanker traffic generates more pressure on Trump's sore point, on his Achilles heel, domestic political will, than any number of missile strikes. And the question is, can Iran sustain this blockade long enough? And even if, let's say, Iran for some reason is unable to sustain the blockade, still it is not defeated. And still the costs keep rising for Trump. In the region, in the Gulf region, it looks like a significant number of American military bases have been struck by Iran. Whether they have been significantly degraded or entirely destroyed doesn't, it's not out in the open, it's not out in the public domain. When a war is going on, you don't want to show your losses, but it's possible that the US infrastructure in the region has taken significant damage. If the American Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain has been significantly damaged, if not destroyed, then where do American warships refuel? Where do they get their supplies? There's no other place in the region. If all these bases are gone, where do you go? Do you go to Gwadar in Pakistan? Do you go to Karachi in Pakistan? If that happens, Pakistan gets directly involved and Iran can strike at them. They can strike at Gwadar or Karachi. So the longer this goes on, the more problematic it is for the United States. Iran has shown it can fight. It's willing to fight. It has the reserves. It has the resources. It has the drones. It has the missiles. Its navy may have been destroyed. Its air force may have been destroyed. But Trump can't take out their drone, the drones, their missiles, ballistic missiles. So Iran is fighting on. And even if Iran, let's say in the future, at some point in time, runs out of drones and missiles, they'll fight hand to hand if required. So the US isn't in a position where it can achieve whatever objectives they're trying to achieve. And Iran is hitting Israel hard, apparently. Now, there's a news blackout in Israel. So we don't know what's happening in Israel. A little bit of evidence comes out, trickles out from time to time, video evidence. It looks like the Iranians are really hitting Israel hard. Whether it is Tel Aviv, whether it is Haifa, which is bad for India, right? So that is the situation. Now, if this continues, now the title of this video is the question: is World War III looming? See, if the Strait of Hormuz blockade continues, there's going to be mounting pain, very rapidly mounting pain for Trump. Okay, he's going to be desperate to find some resolution to this. And if the strikes on Israel continue, then Israel at some point in time will say enough is enough. We can't take any more. And Israel has other options. It has the other weapons, nuclear weapons. So does Israel reach a point at some point in time in the future where it says enough is enough and we're going to now obliterate Iran with nuclear weapons? That is a possibility. I think the probability of Israel using nukes is higher than the US using nukes. But if Israel or US or whoever uses nukes, that's going to be very problematic. Because both Russia and China are in a position where they do not want Iran to be defeated. And even nuclear strikes most likely won't defeat Iran, but that will be a red line for everybody, including Russia and China. In that case, Russian and Chinese support to Iran may become pretty overt. And if you look at the geography, Russia isn't far from Iran. Let me show you. If you look at the geography, Russia can resupply Iran if needed. Where's Iran? It's right here. This is Iran here. And if you go north of Iran, you have the Caspian Sea, and right north of the Caspian Sea, you have Russia. The Caucasus region, Kavkaz region of Russia. Russia can easily supply Iran with weapons, munitions, whatever it needs, if required. China obviously is supporting Iran through other ways, through satellite imagery and the Chinese GPS system, Baidu, etc. And let's go to flight radar, shall we? Give me a second. Let me put flight radar on the screen. And let's see at what's happening in the airspace in real time. Okay. So let's zoom out. There are big holes in air traffic. There's one always over Tibet, which is normal because most aircraft don't overfly Tibet. But there's a major gap in air traffic over Iran, Iraq, Syria, and the northern Arabian Peninsula, right? All the way to Israel. This entire airspace is mostly empty. There's one aircraft here. I don't know who it is, and yeah, it's unavailable. That aircraft has taken off from Turkey. Well. What is Turkey doing here? Okay, so anyway, that's irrelevant to our discussion. So this airspace is completely closed off. No one's flying here. And there's obviously another big gap over here, Ukraine. Over here, no aircraft is flying. As you can see on the map, these two big gaping holes are not really far away from each other. You know, it won't be. It's not inconceivable that something could happen here. See, Azerbaijan has been hit allegedly by the Iranians. Azerbaijan is a major supplier of oil to Israel. If somehow Azerbaijan gets involved, yeah, well, who knows? So, and if the European nations are dragooned into the war by the Americans, then once again China, Russia may need to get involved in the matter. There is the Pakistan situation. Apparently, American military aircraft are overflying Pakistani territory in their in some kind of operations against Iran. Maybe it's surveillance, maybe it's reconnaissance, maybe it is military um actions. So Iran is aware of this, and it has not yet taken any action vis-a-vis Pakistan. But you never know. And there's the ongoing Pakistani war with Afghanistan, which the Pakistanis started. So there is that issue as well. So the entire region has become a tinderbox. Okay, and Hormuz, it's the crucial point right now. Hormuz is closed, and that's why it's causing a lot of pain to everybody from the um, oil perspective, energy perspective. India is seeking to get oil from other places now, obviously Russian oil. And because Hormuz is closed, it certainly made Russia indispensable to the world. Russian oil can fill the gap. The Russian oil that nobody was allowed to buy. We were buying it, we continued buying it. Our purchases of Russian oil dropped in the past couple of months, 2 3 months, but they never stopped. And now we are once again buying more Russian oil. So we are diversifying away from the oil that was flowing from Hormuz. So that's the situation. So because Russia has suddenly become indispensable and vital, so this war is therefore beneficial for Russia, and Russia will want this war to go on. And there's another problem. The longer this war goes on, the more this munition stocks and weapon stocks of the Americans and Israelis and the Europeans will get depleted. The European military stocks of ammunition, munitions, weapons, missiles, whatever, are already at a big low because of the ongoing war in Ukraine. The Europeans have been supplying Ukraine with all these weapons. So Europe is down in its supplies and its stocks. The American stocks are going down. The missile interceptor stocks apparently are very low now, whether it's Israel or the US. Apparently, the first 3 days of the war, the Americans used up 20% of their global Tomahawk missile supplies. Now, if this continues, this persists, and American stocks keep going lower and lower, hey, China is pleased. Maybe China will think I can make a move on Taiwan. So this is connected to everything. Already a whole bunch of nations are involved in the war. If a few more get involved for whatever reason, if Turkey gets involved, if the Americans start using Kurdish mercenaries to fight Iran, that will not please the Turks, and they will take some action. So everyone is waiting for the opportunity to take care of business. Kind of reminds you of the situation right before the First World War set off. Everybody wanted to take care of business. Everybody was waiting for the opportunity. And they thought it'll be a short war. It will be over by Christmas. And it went on forever. I hope we are not staring at that kind of situation right now, but there is the very real possibility of a World War III over here. So that is my analysis of what's happened thus far. Now let me see what questions we have and what we can discuss today in today's episode. Okay, let's see. Arg Mittal, thank you very much, sir. Arg Mittal, once again, thank you very much. Arg Mittal is a new member. Well, thank you very much for becoming a new member, and welcome to the channel's membership, sir. Thank you. Harsh says, good evening. Good evening to you, Harsh. Thank you for being on the live stream. All right. VSVS says, okay, this has nothing to do with the war. My female friend asked me why I didn't wish her for Women's Day. I told her it's based on Western calendar and labor movements, so I refused to do so. Am I in the right, sir? We celebrate our own Women's Day equivalent, Shakti Puja, etc. You are absolutely right. And you know what? If somebody celebrates something, it doesn't mean you have to celebrate it. If you celebrate something, does it mean that everybody has to celebrate whatever you're celebrating? No, it doesn't mean that. And it's wrong for you to expect that everybody should wish you because you are celebrating something. Maybe they don't celebrate it. It's their choice. It's a free world. It's a democratic country, right? There's Women's Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Sister's Day, Brother's Day. I don't know what other days, Teacher's Day, these Yoga Day. Why can't every day be Women's Day? Tell me that. Don't women exist every day? So why do you have to celebrate one day in a year? Why? This is all nonsense. I don't agree with this. I don't celebrate Women's Day. Let people celebrate. Whoever wants to celebrate it, they are welcome to. They have my best wishes, but I don't celebrate it, and I personally don't wish anybody Happy Women's Day. Okay, so I am perfectly I am in complete agreement with you about this, and it doesn't mean I'm trying to disrespect women. Absolutely not. Every day is Women's Day. Why do we need one day for this? And we have our own, like you say, rightfully say, we have our own uh, equivalents: Shakti Puja, Navaratri, so many things, right? So Ritik says, how is Balendra Shah a US asset? Explain in depth. Look, I'll have to drag out all the evidence and show you. Otherwise, I can't explain. So essentially, what you have to do is go to Twitter and find out Balin Shah's activities, what he has been tweeting on social media, posting on social media, who he has been meeting, which ambassador of which nation has he been meeting, and so on. If you do that, you'll be able to connect the dots. And you have to also see the actions of Balin Shah the past year or so, ever since he was contacted by various foreign embassies. His actions, his pronouncements, his statements. If you put all of those clues together, then the picture becomes clear. But if you take any of those clues individually, you'll say, what are you talking about? It's only when the entire corpus of clues is taken together that you can see the patterns clearly. But that will take hours to show you. So you can do your own research. Akshit Sharma is a new member. Thank you very much, Akshit Sharma ji, and welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you. Vishal Roar says, if Iran gets nuclear bombed, will that force Russia to join in defense of Iran and also give a green signal to Russia to do the same to Ukraine in the future? If Iran gets nuclear bombed by whoever, by Israel or the US, will that force Russia to join in the defense of Iran? It won't force anybody to do anything. But it is in Russia's interest that Iran is not destroyed. It is in Russia's interest that Iran remains sovereign and independent. It is in Russia's interest to ensure that Iran does not become a US vassal. And it's Russia's interest to ensure that Iran's oil resources do not fall into the hands of the Americans. Okay, these are Russia's interests. Now, if Iran is nuked, Iran will keep fighting. But if it degrades Iran's war fighting capabilities, okay, then Russia may be in a position where it has to make a choice. Shall we let Iran slowly fall, or shall we step in and help out Iran? So let's say somebody launches completely hypothetical scenario. I don't want this to happen. I'm just saying hypothetical academic scenario. Let's say one of these two nations, Israel or US, launches, let's say, 5 nuclear bombs at Iran. And that causes significant damage. And that gives a significant bolster to, let's say, Kurdish mercenaries who are trying to secede from Iran, take some part of Iranian territory out of Iran. If that happens, and let's say it is oil-rich territory, now that will be bad for Russia. It will be bad for Iran, obviously. So Russia, in that situation, may perhaps seek to intervene. So it depends on how hard does it hit Iran. Most likely, nuclear strikes also will not stop Iran from keeping on fighting. They'll keep on fighting. But if nuclear strike happens, then obviously Russia, China, and all the civilized world will stand up and condemn this, and Russia and China may get involved in a um, more active way in this war, especially Russia because it is close by. But does this give a green signal to Russia to do the same to Ukraine in the future? Well, I suppose if a nuclear bomb is used here in Iran, it gives a green signal to whoever has nuclear bombs that you can also do the same thing. But it doesn't mean Russia will use nuclear bombs in Ukraine. Russia sees the Ukrainian people as its own people. The Ukrainian people are just as Slavic as the Russians, right? So Russia is not fighting this war in Ukraine to kill the people of Ukraine. We have discussed the objectives of Russia in great detail hundreds of times, so I'll not go into that. Russia does not seek to destroy the people of Ukraine, even though that's happening slowly. Russia has weaponized time. Russia is dragging this war out as long as possible, as long as is needed, so that Europe gets depleted. But I don't think Russia needs to nuke Ukraine in order to win the war. Russia has chosen to go slow. It can go fast if it needs to. Shantanu says, does China have any leverage on the US? China has multiple forms of leverage. A lot of the American manufacturing happens in China. Now it is being moved out slowly, but that leverage is there until it is completely moved out. The second thing is China accounts for about 95% of the global rare earth minerals production. So there are various parts of the world that have rare earth mines. Okay, rare earth elements, rare earth metals, so on. These mines are there in various parts of the world, but the mining process is extremely dirty. It makes a mess of the environment. Okay, it's a highly unclean process. You need to use toxic chemicals and whatnot. So no first world nation wants to do rare earth mining in their territory. So they've outsourced it all to China. The Chinese understood that this is the critical technology. It's a critical sector. India probably has the world's largest rare earth resources, but we don't have a single operational mine as far as I know. Hopefully I'm wrong, but as far as I know, we don't have any. So the Chinese account for that. And rare earth metals, minerals, etc., elements are used in the most critical technologies. Without that, you can't manufacture phones, you can't manufacture laptops, you can't manufacture all kinds of cutting edge equipment. And if China is the producer of 95% of that, well, imagine the leverage they have over the Americans. And that's why the Chinese are able to negotiate with the Americans and bring tariffs down and so on. So yes, China does have leverage, yes. Lovish Thind says, is the end goal Pax Judaica? So there is this Professor Jiang, right, who has suddenly become a phenomenon on social media. And he, I think, has come out with this theory. Or maybe it's an existing theory, I'm not sure. And that's why this Pax Judaica thing has become a big phenomenon right now. Everyone's talking about it. Is the end goal Pax Judaica? So, ask yourself, what do you mean by Pax Judaica? So there used to be a Pax Romana. Pax Romana means Roman peace. Peace imposed on Roman terms, which means with Roman victories. I don't know who said it, that the Romans make a wasteland and then call it peace. Who said that the Romans create a wasteland and call it peace? Give me a second. Who said that? Give a second. Okay. So the Romans create a wasteland and call it peace. Let me try that again. The Romans create a wasteland and call it peace. Who said this? They make a desert and call it peace. It comes from the Roman historian Tacitus in his work Agricola. It's attributed to Calgacus, a Caledonian chieftain. It's a critique of Roman imperialism, arguing that Rome destroys lands and cultures, then cause the resulting desolation, peace. So that was Pax Romana. Peace imposed. It was the pacification of conquered peoples and their cultures and their nations and their kingdoms and empires through destruction, and then you call it peace. Pax Romana. Today you have Pax Americana. The Americans maintained the world's peace for the past 70, 80 years, and now they are launching wars everywhere. So from that perspective, if you see this term Pax Judaica, it would probably mean that the Jewish people conquer a big territory and impose peace there on their terms. That would be Pax Judaica, which essentially is a metaphor or a euphemism for Jewish expansion, Israeli expansion. Maybe there are claims that Israel wants to create a greater Israel and incorporate the whole of the Middle East, West Asia region in greater Israel. Uh, that I don't know if it's true. I mean, I don't know who has come up with these theories. Uh, is that true? Is this the end goal? Well, I don't know. There is no official statement of that kind coming out of Israel. Yeah, nobody, no Israeli prime minister, no Israeli politician that I know of has made this claim that we need to, expand Israel and create a Pax Judaica. So nobody has said that, but because no one has said it, doesn't mean it's true. It could be true hypothetically, possibly theoretically, but I have no evidence of that. All right. Jagjit Abidda says, someone on X said that you are a Russia asset. Someone on X now, what? People make all kinds of statements, all kinds of statements. How do I care? It makes no difference to me. No difference to me whatsoever. Listen, there are wars going on in the world. There's Russia, Ukraine. Do I have a horse in that race? Do I have a horse in the Russia-Ukraine race? No, I don't have a horse in that race. There's a war going on in West Asia now. US, Israel versus Iran. Do I have a horse in that race? I don't have a horse in that race. My horse, I have a horse. That horse is India. That's my horse. I am pro-India. I'm an Indian asset. I give my truthful analysis of how I see things. Now, you may disagree with it, and you may call me an asset of this nation, that nation, because I said things in a way that you didn't like, perhaps. Maybe I was not, I did not praise Zelensky enough. That makes me a Russian asset. Maybe I did not condemn Russia enough. Does that make me a Russian asset? But today I'm saying that Israel and the US started the Iran war. Iran didn't start it. Does that make me an Iranian asset now? I don't think it makes me an Iranian asset. I am no lover of any of these countries. Okay? I am not biased towards any of them. I am only biased towards India. So I'm a biased person, sure. I am openly biased towards India. Whatever I say comes from that position. And I'm nobody's asset. I'm only India's asset. I'm the asset of my people, the asset of my civilization. Russia, it's our longest standing partner geopolitically, right? So if from that perspective, if I recommend that India and Russia should have better relations, it doesn't make me a Russian asset. It means that I have my nation's interest in mind. So yeah, all right. So let people say what they want. What difference does it make? It makes no difference to me whatsoever. A lot of people say nasty things on social media. A lot of people say nasty things in the comments over here. Maybe they're hoping that it will hurt my feelings and lower my morale. Those people, let me tell you, it makes no difference to me whatsoever. It's just funny to read your comments. Those of you who are haters, the minority who are haters, okay? Most of you, I'm not saying you are haters, my viewers, but some people come once in a while. I see a lot of Chinese people typing comments in Chinese, trying to say nasty things about our country and so on. Keep on going. Makes no difference to me. I don't even delete those comments or whatever. Let it be. Okay. Putin says, Mearsheimer said that the long-term effect of war would be that countries are going to have less interest with close defense ties with the US. And if Indians are smart, they would have as much distance between them and the US as possible. What's my opinion? Let's examine the effects of the current war, the current US-Israel versus Iran war, in which the whole Gulf region has been dragged forcibly. There are a whole bunch of nations here in West Asia that have very close defense ties with the US. What kind of defense ties do they have? They are dependent on the US for protection, for military protection. See, these nations let's go to the maps, okay? Let me show you a few things. Let me teach you a few facts of life. Okay, let's do that. Let's learn some facts of life. If you look at the West Asia region, okay, look at the entire India and West Asia region together, then you have an ancient civilization here, which is India. Eastwards, you have China, ancient civilization. Okay, in Afghanistan, Pakistan, the whole subcontinent is Indian civilization. Now, west of India, we have a sister civilization or a daughter civilization, which is Persia, which is also an ancient civilization. Now, if you go westwards and southwards, we have the Arabic nations. If you see the map, if you see these Arabic nations on the map, you will see that the borders have straight lines. Why do the borders have a lot of straight? I'm not saying all the lines are straight, but there's a lot of straight lines on the border. Look at this. Saudi Arabia, Yemen. So how did the borders acquire these straight lines? It's because these nations are artificially created nations created by the West. Why did the West create these nations? It is Arabia, right? It's Arabia. How did it become Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia. It's because the UK, the English, the British, or like Indians like to say, the Britishers, they installed the House of Saud as the ruling family in Arabia, and they named it Saudi Arabia. And the purpose of doing this was to ensure that the House of Saud, as a client of the UK, will serve British interests and keep on and ensure that the oil in the region would be sold to the British. So the objective of the British was to ensure that these nations that they're setting up over here, these kingdoms, they will keep them well supplied with oil. And to protect these artificially elevated families, puppet families over here, the British left behind troops and garrisons in the region. And that's how all these artificial nations were created at various points in time in the late 19th century and first half of the 20th century. So these were all client states. And eventually, once the British became irrelevant, the Americans took over, and the entire arrangement continued. All right, so that's the situation. I mean, look at all the straight lines on the borders, right? These are all artificial lines. Real borders aren't like this. So, with that understood, we have to see that all these client states in this region, they have American military bases on their territory. Whether it is Bahrain, whether it is Qatar, whether it's the UAE, whether it is Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq now, Syria, yeah, also. All these nations, not Yemen. So these American military bases were supposedly for the protection of these nations. But when the war happened, the Americans did not protect anybody, or they were incapable of protecting these nations. And these nations are being hit by Iran because they are harboring American military bases. And these nations are now beginning to feel, okay, maybe it's a wrong feeling, maybe it's a real feeling. They're beginning to feel the Americans aren't interested in protecting us. They are only interested in protecting Israel. Not us, not the Arabs. And they are getting the feeling that these military bases, American military bases on our territory, they are not meant for our protection. This is not the infrastructure of protection. It's the infrastructure of occupation. Okay? So, these nations, they actually, they feel betrayed right now. And they will reconsider, should we really have these close ties with the Americans when the Americans aren't willing to protect us? When they haven't offered us, they haven't acted in a way that protects us. We are taking hits. Our infrastructure is being burned. Our oil fields are being destroyed. Right? They will obviously have this grievance. The question is, what options, what alternatives do they have? These Gulf nations, they don't have any big military industrial complex. They can't manufacture weapons, munitions, arms, ammunition, aircraft, submarines, warships, artillery, missiles. They don't know how to manufacture any of these things. So they have no choice but to be dependent on somebody. Now, can they replace the Americans with maybe Russia or China? The Americans won't allow that to happen. And even if they try, it's going to be a long process. So the Gulf nations are in that dilemma right now. The Americans were supposed to protect us. That was the deal. But they did not protect us. So this is the immediate situation. But the long term effects of this is that other nations are now going to reconsider how they see the US. The US aura has diminished, US prestige has diminished. Okay. And other nations will think long and hard before getting into a relationship, like the relationship the Gulf nations have with the US. Now, what about India? India, I hope this war is a wake up call for India. Not to, don't take sides. Stay out of these matters. I'm not saying India has taken sides. I mean, India kind of verbally took a side in the beginning of the war. We refused to, condole the assassination of Shri Khamenei ji, and we condemned the, violation of the sovereignty of the Gulf nations, implicitly by Iran. So we kind of verbally stood against Iran and with the Gulf nations and Israel and the US. And then India recalibrated after 3 years. I mean, what kind of U-turns are we making? Or maybe it's all done strategically. Maybe there's a deeper meaning behind these the way we are navigating the thing. But so India has to learn the lessons of this. India needs to make sure we don't fall into the American orbit. They are no one's friends, and they should not be. Right? They don't have to be. They are an empire. An empire has no friends. An empire only has vassals. And if you vassalize yourself, at the end of the day, eventually, you'll be discarded after being chewed out. So, yeah, India should be very careful about this. Don't find yourself in a position, don't maneuver yourself into a position where you have to become an American vassal. Remain a sovereign nation. Okay, Sai says, good evening. Keeping in mind the possibility of an oil shock due to this war, why do you feel India is still continuing to supply oil to Bangladesh? Yeah, I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. I would not supply oil to Bangladesh. I would not do that. But maybe there may be some reasons that we are not aware of. That's the only thing I can think of. Because there's no logical reason to supply oil to Bangladesh. I mean, is that? I mean, you go and when there's earthquakes in Turkey, you go and help them out, and the next day, what you find is that Turkey backstabs you. So my point is, why do these unilateral things that have no reciprocity? I'm not sure. Neighborhood first and all these policies that we have. I don't know. I cannot think of any logical reason why we are giving oil to Bangladesh, especially in a situation where there's an oil shock in the world. I cannot think of a logical reason. Maybe I'm not intelligent enough. Maybe I'm just too low IQ to understand this. But I can't think of a reason. Honestly, I can't think of one. Okay, VS says, question by Ocean Gupta G. Kennedy tried to stop Israel from getting the nuclear weapon, but his efforts were undone by the CIA. Is this true? Shout out to Soldier Boy. He truly loves India's development. So the question essentially is, was Kennedy assassinated by the CIA because he wanted to stop Israel from getting the nuclear weapon? I don't know. Look, the official version is that Kennedy was assassinated by a lone assassin. Obviously, that's a lie. That much is clear. It's a lie. But who assassinated Kennedy in the real world? I mean, who actually did that? I don't know. I have my suspicions. I suspect it could be the US establishment itself, which includes the CIA, of course, the CIA and whoever else. It is possible. I think it is the likelihood of that is higher than any other theories, in my opinion. But why did they do it? There must be multiple reasons for it. One of the reasons was Kennedy not cooperating with them during the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba. So the US military launched an invasion of Cuba without informing the president, Kennedy. And then once the invasive invading force reached Cuba, they asked for air cover. They said, this has happened. So Kennedy said, I have never approved it. I will not give you air cover. And that's why the invasion failed and there were casualties. And maybe there was a red line that was crossed by Kennedy. That is one theory. About Israel, I am not aware. When did Israel acquire nuclear weapons? I think the news came out in the late 70s or early 80s because of Mordechai Vanunu, right? Mordechai Vanunu. But the Israelis must have developed nuclear weapons in the 60s or 70s. The Vila incident was 79. The double flash over the southern Indian Ocean, there was 1979, if I am not mistaken. So they were testing nuclear weapons then. So maybe so that's 70s, it's not 60s. Kennedy was killed in 1963, right? So I can't say. This is all speculative. I don't have any inside information that others don't have. So it's possible, but I have no idea. Rushabh Pawar says, war will be going on. So what time we Indians need to get ready for inflation? And what's your predictions? How worse it is and how normal citizen tackle inflation? Okay. Yeah, so there's going to be an oil shock. If the Strait of Hormuz closure persists, then about 30, 40, I don't know what percentage of our oil, how much oil do we import from Hormuz is the question. Let's see. Let's find out. What percentage of India's oil imports come through the Strait of Hormuz? 40 to 60% of India's oil imports transit the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's let's say 50%. Well, half of our oil supply is impacted. And we're gonna purchase oil from Russia. We're gonna purchase oil from other countries, yeah, African nations, Nigeria, etc., etc., etc. But it's gonna still cause a shock. So prices will go up. So what time? Be ready now. I would say, be ready right now. Be ready for inflation, for prices to rise anytime. Um, yeah. If this closure persists, if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened in, let's say, within a week's time, there won't be too much of a problem for the world and for us, for India. But if the Strait of Hormuz closure persists even 1 week more, 2 weeks more, it's going to be a major problem. Then prices of everything will go up. And if this goes on for 6 months, it's going to be, well, then the world will reroute its oil supplies. Russia will become very, very prominent and very, very essentially indispensable. So the world can go on without Hormuz, but the alternative will have to be to purchase oil from Russia, and Russia has the oil. So it will take some time for all this rerouting to happen and reconfiguration to happen, maybe 3 months, 4 months maximum. But yeah, if the closure persists for a long time, the world will find a way to cope with it. Yeah. So I think we need to be ready for short to medium term problems. How worse is it? I hope that there are no oil shortages. India has a 84-day. The media, some media outlets say 25 days or strategic oil reserves. Some say 84 days. But we'll find a way to import oil from Russia and it'll be fine. So it probably will be a short term issue. Maybe maximum 3-4 months. Hopefully. Yeah. Normal citizens, how should you tackle? Well, no, Indian citizens know how to tackle these problems. We were able to survive lockdowns. So just make sure that, don't overconsume anything. And for the short term, deal with the higher prices as best as we can. Yeah. JRXNA says, what are the chances of the US sending in ground troops now that we have public pictures of Hummers being transported in trucks to western Iraq, eastern Iran, to Iraq, west, Iran, east to it's eastern Iraq, western Iran, right? To assist Kurdish fighters. Do we have that? Hummers? Let's see. Kurdish fighters, Hummers, Iraq. Let's see. Do we have something? Humvees. Not sure if I could find something there. Should I look for something on a social media? Should I look for it on Twitter. Let's see. Let's go to Twitter and let's find out if we have some images of that coming in. Let's first check that. Okay. Kurds, Humvees. Let's see. Let's see the latest. What do we have here? Let's see. Choban, Kurdish region, Iraq. Equipment en route. The KRI borders with Iran. Kurdistan regional government says they are only for border protection. You never know whether it's for border protection or border invasion. Humvees. It's clearly the Kurds. Okay, American armored vehicles rolling towards the Iranian border through Iraqi Kurdistan. US boots on the ground. Okay. So we have that situation going on. What does it mean? Does it mean that we're going to have American boots on the ground in Iran? I think that's highly unlikely. The Americans will not put their soldiers, the American soldiers, at risk. The Americans will use proxies to do this work, to do this dirty work of invading Iran. They're going to use Kurdish mercenaries. So the Kurds, what do the Kurds want? The Kurds want their own homeland, a Kurdistan, a country of their own. When the artificial nations were created in West Asia, the white guys, the Europeans, the Anglos, they forgot to create Kurdistan because they said, why create it? How do we care? So Kurdistan got divided between Iran, Iraq, Syria, Turkey. Have I missed something? Jordan? No, not Jordan. So one nation divided, broken into pieces, and the Kurds want to create Kurdistan, and that's what they are fighting for. And if the Americans pay their leaders, they'll fight against the Iranians for that. So I think what we have, those images that we have, that's actually Kurdish fighters going towards the Iranian border. So I don't see the Americans putting American boots on the ground. They will use proxies. They've always used proxies. When they fought Bashar al-Assad in Syria, they started the Syrian civil war. They used Al-Qaeda and then ISIS for that. They did not put American boots on the ground in Syria, right? So I don't see Americans sending American troops. They will use all these tactics. That's how I see things going. Empty box says, Aham Brahmasmi, cosmic id, first step of Indian education. Why cling to nation, ideology, geography? Body is borrowed matter, mind is stored data, then who I am really? All right, sir. Okay. See, in Indian philosophy, there is the idea of renunciation, giving things up. Why possess things? Why cling to possessions? Why cling to pleasure? Why cling to bodily pleasures? Why cling to the ego? Erase the ego, erase all desires, erase all wants. Be one with the universe. Aham Brahmasmi. That is a sentiment of transcending reality. And that sentiment manifests itself in renunciation, in the form of renunciation as well. Nirvana. Escape the cycle of birth, rebirth, all of that. So from these perspectives, it would seem like the Indian philosophies and Indian traditions are all about renouncing the world, right? Give up the world. Don't forget about all these unnecessary complications. Look at higher things. Try to be one with the cosmos. Go to the Himalayas, meditate, or try to achieve transcendence through some other means without going to the Himalayas. But give up all these worldly things and all that. They are superficial, right? So that's only one aspect of our philosophical and spiritual and religious traditions. There are other aspects. What's that? Virtue, success, liberation. Virtue, success, pleasure, liberation. All these things are important in life. But some people who are highly evolved, They can say body is borrowed matter, mind is stored data, then who I am really and how do I care? But this is not for most people. It's not for ordinary people. It's for very great people. These sort of thoughts, they are for very great people. For ordinary people, you don't have to think in that way. For ordinary people, their geography, their nation, their culture, that civilization is very important. So the point is, there is a place for everybody in our culture. For those who are ready to renounce the world, there are paths for them. But for those who are not willing to renounce the world, who want to participate vigorously in worldly activities, we have paths for them too. So you can't have only one path for the entire Indian education system. The majority of people, they want to participate actively in the world. You can ask them to say, why do I care about my body and pleasure and nation and all geography? No, that's only for highly evolved people, that sort of thinking. For most people, especially youngsters who are just starting off in life at the age of 5 years old, you can't tell them to renounce the world, right? Am I right? So think from multiple perspectives. An education system has to be able to cater to all kinds of people, not the micro minority 0.01% of people who are above everything. All right. Anand says Iran did Uno reverse, sent Hebrew text to Israelis. Did they? Really? I was not aware of that, but all right. Okay. Dole and Pump says, what is the reality of Marxism? Marxism. What is Marxism? Marxism is a socio-political toolkit whose sole purpose is to ensure that a very small number of people acquire power and stay in power at the expense of the cannon fodder. It's a socio-political toolkit whose sole objective is to acquire, accumulate, and preserve power. It has all kinds of fantastic things it says. It's about the revolution of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's about the emancipation of the proletariat. It's about the ejection of the lumpen proletariat and the lumpen elements and the destruction of the bourgeoisie and all that BS it tells you. Behind all that complicated verbiage and terminology, those who understand what it is know it's about grabbing power and retaining power and maximizing your power. And the very few people who understand this, they are the ones who typically are part of Communist Party's Politburo. That is what Marxism is. It's not about equality and all that nonsense. Nothing like that. And it's a failure. Every single Marxist experiment is either morphed into something else entirely or failed completely. For example, China. You think it's a Marxist country? Ha ha. VSVS says we want the return of James. James, my friend James, where are you? James is a good man, good Englishman. He gives me the opportunity to say a lot of things that I typically would not say. So yes, missing James. Miss you, James. JRXNA says, what are the chances of attacks on Al-Aqsa Mosque? Will it break Israeli alliances with other Muslim Gulf countries? Thoughts on Iranian missile drop count decreasing by 90% since day one of the war? Yes, I saw some graphics somewhere. Let's see. Okay, give me a second. Let me try and see. Let's do this together. Let's search for this. Yeah. Iranian missile launch thing, right? Iran missile count daily. Let's see. There was a graphic I saw somewhere. It's always nice to see visually instead of just numbers. I mean, it's nice for me too. Is Iran losing its momentum? So, Iran's barrage on the UAE. Okay, this is UAE. I'm talking about the entire war, not just the UAE. Okay, what about this? When was this published? This was from March 9. This was a projection. It was a projection around day 5 or day 6 of the war or something. March 5. Yeah. So this is the deal. Now let's go back to here. So now I don't know how accurate these statistics are, but looks like things the Iranians are slowing down their missile attacks. day 1 350, day 2 175, 120, 50, 40, 32, 28, etc., etc., etc. So now it's like 20ish, a handful of missiles per day. Drones 294 on day 1, 541, 285, 45, 38, 30, etc. Then again it's increasing now, 134, 112, 95. If these numbers are correct, then you will say that the Iranians are slowing down. I mean, they are reducing the number of missile launches, but now they're increasing the number of drone launches, but not going crazy with it. Okay, that's what it looks like from what we are seeing there. So, does it mean that Iran is losing the war? No, it means that Iran is being very strategic with what it's doing. It's very, very carefully planned out. It's all calibrated. Initially, they wanted to exhaust the interceptor missiles of the Israelis and the Americans using their old stock of ancient ballistic missiles, which they've done. And now they're using maybe more precise and heavier ballistic missiles with cluster warheads. And maybe one missile that's maybe a 2-ton missile or whatever can launch a cluster of 50 or 60 warheads. That perhaps does as much damage as 30 missiles or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. And they obviously want to preserve the stockpiles for a long duration war if needed. So I think it is strategic. It doesn't mean that Iran is being defeated. Of course, the Americans will be trying to identify the places from which missiles are being launched and to take out the infrastructure. So eventually, over time, as the Americans and Israelis successfully identify more and more of these launch sites, some of these at least will be destroyed. So that will also cause a degradation in Iranian capabilities to launch missiles. So it's a combination of various factors. But overall, Iran is so large and things are so well hidden in the mountains. It's almost impossible to take out all of their launch capabilities. So most likely this is strategic. The Iranians are deliberately slowing certain things down and ramping some other things up. And it's all planned out, the way I see it. Chances of attacks on Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the mosque in Jerusalem, right? The dome temple thing, whatever it is. Yeah. The mosque in Jerusalem, which is built on the site of the Temple of Solomon. Chances of attacks on that. Well, that would be something no Islamic nation would do, right? It's the second holiest site in Islam. The holiest site is Mecca. The second holiest site is Al-Aqsa Mosque. So I don't think any Islamic nation would do that, including Iran. They won't do that. Could there be a false flag on that? Well, I would rather not speculate about that. And if it happens, will it break Israeli alliances with other Muslim countries, Gulf countries? Well, if they feel Israel has done that, it won't be a nice scenario in that case. Sergeant Skyland says, how do you think this war will impact us? Well, first of all, it's going to cause an oil shock in the world if the Hormuz closure continues, which means higher prices and things like that. We'll be constrained in terms of oil imports. We'll have to purchase oil from other places. We'll have to ramp up our Russian oil imports, which is good. Well, I'm not opposed to that, right? That's one way it will impact us. And eventually the war is going to force us to make a choice of where we stand in the world, right? So in case the Americans win the war, they will train their focus on India after that. It will be the next big project for the Americans. If the Americans fail in destroying Iran and changing the regime, then American prestige goes down. It gives India more wriggle room in its dealings with the United States. Yeah. Overall, long term, the whole world is fracturing. Mobility is going down. Earlier, you could go to the airport tomorrow morning and fly to whichever country you had visas for, right? You don't have to think of it as long as you had money. Or tomorrow I want to be in New York City. Tomorrow I want to be in Paris. I want to be in Dubai. You could do it. Now it's difficult. So lot of impact, lots of second, third order impacts we're going to see. Romit Mishra says, if Trump loses the midterm election, will he still be president of the US? And if he loses that, will that slow down the changes in the world order which we are seeing after Trump came to power? If Trump loses the midterm election, he will still be president, but he will be a very diminished president. He won't have the power to push legislation through and get his things done. Get things done the way he wants them to be done. So the midterm election is critical for Trump, and losing the midterm will be a disaster for him. It'll be disaster for him politically. It'll be disaster for him not only within American politics but also within the Republican Party. It'll diminish him significantly. If he loses, will that slow down the changes in the world order we are seeing after he came to power? To some extent, you will see some slowing down. Trump will no longer be able to be this aggressive with tariffs. He will no longer be able to start wars whenever the hell he feels like that. Feels like starting a war. So many of his powers will come down, and he will have way more constraints domestically, political constraints domestically. So yeah, it's important for Trump to win this midterm election, and that hinges on the outcome of the war against Iran. That hinges on the outcome of this war. So this war is make or break for Trump. It's do or die for Trump. Yeah. Ashish says, look up China's estimate of India's BrahMos count. Feels India hides strength a lot. Agni 5 range is 5K. Feels weird when we have sent probes to Mars. Okay, let's look up what Ashish says. Let's see. Let us go to our friend Google. And China's estimate of India's BrahMos count. Let's see. What is the Chinese estimate? Based on 2020 reports, some Chinese observers suggested that India might possess up to 14,000 BrahMos missiles, a figure widely considered far-fetched by defense analysts. While officially the Indian military has hundreds of missiles deployed across all three branches, this extremely high estimate has likely reflected Chinese concern regarding India's rapidly expanding missile arsenal. So some estimates are in the thousands. Official figures often highlight specific procurement orders. 200 air-launched variants in 2012, similar order by the Navy in 2023. The high count estimate stems from the strategic importance of BrahMos as a key deterrent, and so on and so forth. India's production capacity is robust. BrahMos integration facility capable of producing about 100 missiles per year, which is not enough. Then we have the development of the BrahMos NG, BrahMos 2, and so on. The high unofficial figure of 14,000 often cited in Chinese media is likely not representative of the active inventory, but rather an outlier estimating the total potential, blah, blah, etc., etc., etc. Okay, the Chinese estimate India 14,000. Best estimate. How about best estimate? Okay, 15 to 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000. That's the best estimate. So the Chinese say 14,000. The best estimate, according to this AI system, is 1,500 to 2,000 BrahMos missiles. So I suppose it will be closer to. Look, I can't venture a guess. My guess is as good as anybody's guess. I don't know. If you feel that India is hiding its strength a lot, well, I hope you are right. If India has more than 10,000 BrahMos missiles, I will be very pleased because it gives India options. Agni 5 range. Let's check out the range of the Agni 5. Agni 5 official range. Official publicly stated range of more than 5,000 kilometers. Well, you know what is more than 5,000 kilometers? More than 5,000 kilometers could be 5,500 kilometers. It could be 6,000 kilometers. It could be 12,000 kilometers. It could be anything. So officially we have said it's 5,000 plus kilometers, maybe 5,500, maybe 6,000 at most, blah, blah, blah. What is the truth? We don't know. It's classified. Look, we need to have ICBM capabilities. We need to have missiles that can reach anywhere in the world. It's very important. Do I believe we have missiles that can reach everywhere? We have the technology for that. Have we operationalized that? Operationalized this technology? I don't know for sure. Of course, we have sent probes to Mars, but we have sent probes to Mars using the PSLV launcher. The the Mangalyaan, right? Mangalyaan. Once again, let's find out. I think it was the PSLV. Which rocket launched the Mangalyaan spacecraft? PSLV, I think. Yeah, it was the PSLV. That was in 2013. So look, the PSLV is nothing like a ballistic missile. It is, in a sense, a ballistic missile. Sure, you can use the PSLV, the GSLV as a ballistic missile, but it's got liquid fuel. It takes hours and hours to fill it up with fuel. A military ballistic missile has to be solid fueled. I mean, some missiles can be liquid fuel, but that makes it cumbersome because you have to spend a lot of time filling the missile with liquid fuel. If it's solid fueled, it can be easily transported. It can be launched anytime on demand. So PSLV can be used obviously as a ballistic missile, but Agni, if we have the PSLV, it doesn't mean that we have great ballistic missiles necessarily. But overall, my point is that I am pretty sure the Agni 5 has a much higher range than what is officially stated, but we are not reporting that so that we don't alarm the world, but whoever is supposed to know will know about that. Pratardana says government needs to stop worrying about its Arab friends' wallet and use LPG alternatives by Indian companies. DME fuel and others are very good alternatives to LPG. What is DME fuel? DME fuel. What is that? Dimethyl ether. DME is an ultra clean sulfur free synthetic gaseous fuel, CH3OCH3. Oh, very similar to acetic acid, but not quite. CH3OCH3. Okay. CH3COOH is acetic acid. This is different, of course. So this is dimethyl because dimethyl, okay, the chemical formula, okay, dimethyl ether. Okay, this burns without particulate matter, making it a promising low carbon alternative to diesel and LPG. It has a high cetane number, 55 to 60, allowing for efficient compression ignition, though it requires specialized storage due to its low boiling point. Its boiling point is minus 24.8 Celsius. So water has a boiling point of 100 Celsius. So water is very stable at room temperature. This thing has a boiling point of minus 24.8. So you need to keep it. You have to store it in a pressurized form if you want it to be liquid. So yeah, it requires specialized storage because above minus 24.8 Celsius it becomes a gas, and you ideally want it to be liquid and stored in a cylinder. So colorless gas, non-toxic, non-carcinogenic, etc. Produced from natural gas, coal, or biomass, and so on. Primarily used as a diesel substitute in vehicles, nice, trucks and buses. A cleaner alternative to LPG for cooking and heating. High combustion efficiency, no soot, great, no nitrous emissions. Requires specialized infrastructure similar to propane gas for handling and storage. China, as always, is a leading producer. They do LPG blending using DME. And other countries like Indonesia, India, and Japan are exploring or implementing it. Okay, DME fuel, India. What do we have here? Do we have this in India? It's being developed to reduce oil imports and emissions. Okay, IIT Kanpur has done something. But what? So IIT Kanpur developed a DME fuel tractor, but then did anybody commercialize that? Or is it just a technology demonstrator? How is it produced? Production. How is it produced? Production. Indirect. So methanol is synthesized from syngas, carbon monoxide plus hydrogen, followed by dehydration to DME. Oh no, you don't need any specialized stuff. You can do it at home. So I suppose India should certainly look into DME as a very promising and very viable alternative to LPG, which we have to import from the Gulf nations. I completely agree with you. I was not aware of DME, dimethyl ether. Looks like it's a very promising and very viable alternative to LPG. I agree. The government needs to focus on this because you don't need petroleum reserves to produce DME. You can produce it using other means. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for pointing this out, sir. Min Kin says Trump said war might be over soon. Oil tanked instantly. Is there a chance he might be manipulating the markets? Is there a chance Trump might be manipulating the markets? Well, I would say there is a chance. Of course, there's a chance. Yeah, oil tanked and now it's going up again. Eh, yeah, there's a chance. VSVS says, question by Dayalan Ravi. Give me top 10 books to understand history. Look, it doesn't work like that. If you want to understand history, I need to know what history do you want to know. You want to know Indian history, you want to know French history, you want to know Swiss history, you want to know German history, you want to learn the history of Australia, Americas. Each part of the world will have hundreds, thousands of historical events that need detailed analysis. But if you want 10 books, I will give you 10 books about world history. Okay? Will Durant series. The story of civilization. This is where I first learned history as a kid. Of course, it's not a books for kids, but whatever. It's an 11-volume set of books covering both Eastern and Western civilizations. These, many people will say, are outdated because they were written in the first half of the 20th century. And they also have a Western perspective, but it's still an extremely, extremely useful set of books. I really enjoyed reading those books. So, yeah, Will Durant, The Story of Civilization. Akshay Malhotra says, will India get involved in this war? India should not get involved in this war. And I think it's unlikely that India gets involved in this war. It's not our war. We should stay out of it, and we will most likely, hopefully, stay out of it. Developer Kapai says, alternative model to global economy from zero-sum resource fights, oil, gold, starving innovation and trials, India startups, to non-zero-sum open sandbox models of collaborating infinite growth. I don't have any such thing. I don't have any such model. Look, the world is a finite world. The resources available to humanity are finite. Okay, and this is what is geopolitics. It's the competition for resources. It's the competition for power. It's a competition for access to resources, for control of resources. For control of resources, you need to control territory. To control territory, you need power. That's what geopolitics is all about, and that's what underpins the global economy. This entire system. So the fights, the resource fights, sometimes they become zero sum. Now, oil, gold, obviously, oil also now. And that is simply the way the world is structured. And why is it structured like this? Because of the nature of the human species. We are by nature an expansionist, aggressive species. We are a warlike species. Our entire history is a history of conflicts. All major historical change has happened through warfare. There's no peaceful change in the world. This is just who we are as a species. I can propose some model, but it won't work. That's the problem, you see? That's the problem. The key players see everything as from a zero-sum perspective. For me to win, you must lose. That sort of thing. If you have not lost, then you will remain a competitor. This is pure game theory. Basic 101. Game theory 101. Zero-sum competition. Obviously you can have cooperation, you have cooperative games and all, but in geopolitics, if you are one of the big fish, you will see everything from a zero-sum perspective. That if I win and you also win, then tomorrow you may seek to take my share of the pie. So therefore, let me ensure that I win in such a way that you lose. That way, I remain safe. So that's the zero-sum perspective, and that's kind of how things are. That boils down to human nature. We know that we are dangerous to each other. We are dangerous for each other. We represent a danger to each other. And that's why we have things the way they are, unfortunately. I don't know what model I could propose that could change anything. Abhay Singh says, France sending the nuclear carrier to Soh. India is nowhere near ready for World War. France is sending their nuclear carrier to soar. Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz. India is nowhere near ready for World War. Also, I want to be a vassal of the Chavda Empire. Where to apply? Where I don't have Chavda Empire. Um, Neither a Chavda Kingdom. That's not been in existence for about over a millennium. So let's see if I can do something. Not in an imperial or kingdom perspective, but yeah, maybe maybe we can create a group of people who can do something constructively together in certain fields. Let me think about it. And if I have any such initiatives, I will let everybody know, and everybody can apply. But as of now, I don't have any such thing. Yeah. Now, about the question, France sending their nuclear carrier to the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe it's a symbolic move. Uh, the French aircraft carrier is the Charles de Gaulle, isn't it? Let's see if we have any piece of news about this. France aircraft carrier Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Do we have something? France pledges 10 additional warships to the Middle East, escorts. Super carrier could shield Hormuz. Nobody's going to shield Hormuz, Baba. Deploying about a dozen naval vessels, including its aircraft carrier strike group, to the Mediterranean, Red Sea, and potentially the Hormuz region. Look, the fact of the matter is the most powerful aircraft carriers in the world are the American aircraft carriers. The Americans had an aircraft carrier near Hormuz, and then when the footing started, they moved it away quietly because it is vulnerable. Aircraft carriers are vulnerable, they are liabilities. France is not going to put its aircraft carrier anywhere near Hormuz. It's too precious to risk. Aircraft carriers are liabilities. Submarines are what really matters. So the French are sending their aircraft carrier in the Eastern Mediterranean, maybe the Red Sea. Where are these regions? Let's find out. Let's go to the map. Yes. Where is map? Here is map. So see, where's France? France is here. They have the Côte d'Azur over here, which is the Mediterranean coast, and they also have the Atlantic coast, which is Havre, Brest, all that. Okay, so we are talking about the Mediterranean. So the French, I don't know where the aircraft carrier would be deployed, maybe Marseille, maybe somewhere else, but they are going to deploy it in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, which is this region here. This is the Eastern Mediterranean. Maybe perhaps they will transit Suez, okay, port between Port Said and Port Al Suez, the Suez Canal, and maybe the aircraft carrier will enter the Red Sea, which is this region here, the Red Sea. Maybe it may come into the Gulf of Aden or whatever. So if you are in the Red Sea, you can be targeted by the Houthis. So that's also an issue. And maybe the Houthis let you pass, then you come into the Arabian Sea, into the Western Indian Ocean, but then you will not come close to Hormuz. You will stay a reasonable distance away from Iranian territory because the Iranians have very powerful missiles, and France doesn't want to get involved in the war. So most likely the French aren't going to do much about this. This may be a symbolic gesture more than anything else. Monsieur Macron does want France to be more active, proactive geopolitically, but not in a way that is damaging to French interests. So that's the deal with France. That's my assessment of how France will behave. India is nowhere near ready for World War. I don't know what our state of readiness is. We are at least we have enough readiness to deal with Pakistan. That's what I know. About other aspects of World War, I am not aware. The Indian military will hopefully be ready enough. And obviously, you are never ready enough. You should be more ready. You should, India needs to learn the lessons of the Iran war and make the appropriate changes correspondingly. VS says AbhijitChavda light. Ask sir why no other political leaders like Putin, Xi, Modi, Kim Jong Un, etc. talk about the deep state in the US, as they have pretty good intelligence, so they must know about it. My comment: Putin ji has hinted at it. You don't speak about these things openly. Okay? If you are a world leader, you don't speak about these things openly. Everyone knows what the truth is, that there is a deep state. But If a world leader speaks about this, their image can be they can be targeted and mocked and ridiculed, and their image can be brought down, and there can be all kinds of vicious attacks against them. First of all, that's one category of things that can happen. If let's say Putin speaks about the deep state, then the West will immediately categorize him as a conspiracy theorist, and that will bring Putin's image down. Not that Putin gives a damn about it, but that thing, that's one thing. The second thing is, you want to have good relations with the United States if you are the leader of a country. Whether you are the leader of Russia, India, North Korea, Suriname, Swaziland, Namibia, whoever you want to have good relations with the US. Now, let's say you know that the US president doesn't mean anything, and the nation is run by the deep state. Even if you know it, why will you say it? It will create problems in your relationship with the US. The US won't like it. So why will you do something that will hurt your nation's relations with the US? Of course, everyone knows what the truth is, but you don't speak about it, especially if you're a world leader. That's how it goes in diplomacy and international relations. All right? Pranav says, Andaman oil fields bidding process auction started. Let's find out. Okay, let's see. Let's Google that. Andaman oil fields bidding process auction. Do we have something? The Indian government is aggressively pushing to explore the Andaman Basin for oil and gas, with several high-stakes developments occurring between late 24, early 26. Major, largely undrilled frontier with potential reserves estimated to be significant, potentially mirroring the large-scale oil discoveries in Guyana, and so on and so forth, so on and so forth. So something is happening. Oil and gas block auction deadline extended for the fourth time. Potential investors have till May 29 of this year to submit bids. So if any of you want to submit a bid for drilling in the Andamans, you have until May 29 to do that, if you have the resources for that. Good. Akash Thar, thank you very much, Akashji. Thank you so much. Aman Maithi says, a PDF file, warmongering history of nation, keeps meddling in the affairs of other nations, conducts almost every war, enmity between with other nations on earth, is saying Iran is gone rogue and lunatic. Such irony, thoughts, INS Varsha. Iran saying Iran is gone rogue. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. Look, this is the most powerful nation on the planet, and they do everything, all the bad things, all the bad things you can imagine they do, and then they call other nations a bunch of terrorists. They say that Iran is the global state sponsor of terrorism. Oh, wait, have you seen Pakistan? What has Iran done? Compared to Pakistan, Iran is nothing. Right? So, yeah, what you're saying is true. What you're saying is absolutely true. It's called being hypocritical. You do everything wrong, and then you point fingers at others and accuse them of doing all those things, and then you destroy them for doing those things, allegedly. That's called hypocrisy. Well, you have to earn the right to be a hypocrite. How do you earn the right to be a hypocrite? By being powerful, by acquiring power. And this nation is the most powerful on earth. That's why they are able to be absolutely as hypocritical as they want. So it's a privilege that they have. And that's why they're able to be hypocritical. Okay, Putin says, someone on X sarcastically called you Abhijit Pravda. Really? Let me find out. Let me go and find out. Where is X? Is where? Yes, X. Let's see. Okay, let's search for that. Abhijit Pravda. Really? Let's find out. No, Pravda. Not that. Um. Okay. Oh, yes. Yes. I see. What? Okay, I have no idea what people are saying. It's interesting that someone is using this. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Let people say what they say. I think it's funny. I think it's very funny. Yes, it's very funny. Okay, Nikhil says, is China's economic collapse imminent? No, sir. No, no, no. Not imminent. Akash Udhar says, what do you think of about Professor Jiang? Look, I haven't watched his videos in any detail whatsoever. I've watched a couple of his shorter clips, like 10, 12 minute clips. What do I think? I think he's very competent. He knows what he is talking about. He is an expert in his domains. He I think he's a course on game theory or something. I haven't seen the course. Game theory is very relevant to geopolitics and even corporate competition and so many other things. It's relevant to life. So he's a game theorist. He knows his history. He has very clear theories about how things are. That much I understand. Beyond that, I don't know about how good and how robust his theories are. He seems to have become a phenomenon of late, on social media, on YouTube and on the internet. But beyond that, I don't know. I have not seen any of his publications. That is typically what tells you how good an academic or a scholar is. The quality of their publications. I haven't seen those. I haven't had the time to see those. Let's see. Let's try and see Professor Jiang. Right. Let's see. What kind of publications does he have? Professor Jiang. So Jiang Zhueqin. Right. So Jiang Zhueqin publications. Let's see what publications he has. ResearchGate, ResearchWorks, Shueqin, Google Scholar, it's in Chinese, Science Direct. Okay, let's see on Science Direct his research interests. Matrix, nope. Matrix eigenvalues, millimeter wave. Really, is that same? Yeah, Shueqin. Okay, wireless communication, software, etc., etc. This looks like engineering, electronics. Yeah, this looks like medicine. Is this the same Jiang Shueqin? What about this one? It's in Chinese. Index low complexity, such as spatial modulation. Well, this is definitely not game theory. It's more electronics and engineering. DDoS is, well, that's computer science, network stuff. Um, so maybe it's the same Professor Jiang. I'm not sure. Of course, you can be an expert in one field and go into another field. That is not an issue at all. Side profiles. What about this? What's he published? Case study of. Looks like he is a multidisciplinary researcher, which is good. I like that. I have no issue with that. So I still haven't formed a proper understanding of Professor Jiang. Overall, I think he's a very competent scholar. That's all I can say. Beyond that, I don't know. VSVS says, Jaideep, VSVS, etc. What if we are giving support so that what if we are giving support to somebody so that can help us do Pakistan? Just a thought. It's a theory. And when you play such games, you have to be very careful and you have to think about the long-term consequences. Let's say hypothetically you give support to the US in exchange for the US giving you Pakistan or POK. But what if you give the support and then the Americans, after everything is over, refuse to give you POK? Then what do you do? And they've also failed in Iran, which means Iran also is unhappy with you. Then what do you do? So no outcome is guaranteed. When the war began, it looked like the Americans will do a 48-hour war and it's over. But here we are. The Americans are on the back foot. Their plans have essentially not succeeded. Right? So should be very careful when you do such things. Song Goku says, I admire Prime Minister Nehru. How to be like him? Explain in brief. How to be like Prime Minister Nehru? Well, multifaceted, magnificent person. He was excellent in so many fields and domains. Um, I can't even imagine how someone can be that magnificent. I mean, he was a scholar of history. He was a global statesman. He was a great proponent of scientific temper. He was an institution builder. He was a freedom fighter. He was a charming, charming man. So many things. How do you be like him? Well, either you're born with those qualities and talents, or you can't be like him. I suppose that's how it goes with Prime Minister Nehru. He was a once in a century kind of magnificent man. Shri Nehruji. I can't say how to be like him. If I could be, I would be. Would that I could, but I can't. Would that I could. Suniti Kumar says, Sir, what do you think about G7 countries' message to India to release strategic oil reserves? Really? Really? Have they said that? Let's see. G7 India strategic oil reserves. Did they say something? G7 stops short of releasing oil reserves, asks IEA to assess something. India rules out releasing strategic oil reserves after IEA calls for cool prices. G7 effort to trap strategic petroleum. India says no to. Let's see this one. India says no to IEA's call to release strategic oil reserves. This is from yesterday. What is IEA? International Energy Agency. They have an initiative to release strategic oil reserves as part of an effort to cool oil prices. And India is the world's third largest oil importing and consuming nation. And we have 5 point something million tons of underground strategic reserves. They are 80% full right now. And so we are not a member of IEA. We don't have an obligation to follow diktats of this body and so on. So okay, that's what it is. That's fine. We are under no obligation to do what they say. So yeah, I think it's great. Paras Rathore says, you don't celebrate Women's Day, you must be single. You wish. You wish. Samir Patki says, can you justify why India does not need more aircraft carriers but instead more submarines? And I'm a great admirer of yours. Thank you, first of all, for being a great admirer. Can I justify? Well, one justification I can show you is the situation right now. If aircraft carriers are so useful, they are such an overwhelming element of military might, then why are the 2 American aircraft carriers not being used in the region in the war against Iran? Let's find out, okay? Which American aircraft carriers are deployed near Iran currently? So, you have the USS Gerald Ford and the USS Abraham Lincoln. These are 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, which means it's not just the carrier, but a whole bunch of ships around it. These 2 aircraft carrier strike groups are operating in the region. And you may have a third potential carrier joining them potentially. The USS Abraham Lincoln is in the Arabian Gulf, Persian Gulf. Really? And the Gerald Ford is stationed in the Red Sea. I cannot believe it. Where is the USS Abraham Lincoln currently deployed? It's in the Arabian Sea near Oman. It's not in the Persian Gulf. It would be suicidal to be in the Persian Gulf. So the point is, I mean, if you want to know where exactly this is, if it's near Oman, it means it is staying out of harm's way. Look, where is Oman? It's somewhere off the coast of Oman. So it's somewhere in this region. It is not in the Gulf of Oman. It's not here, because here you have Iranian territory, Iranian coastline. So it's somewhere here. Maybe south of Gwadar, all the way near Dukm. See, the port of Dukm over here. Maybe somewhere here. So it's staying out of range of Iranian missiles. It may still not be out of range, but it's kind of staying as far as possible, as operationally possible, while still being relevant. Right? That's just one example. The Americans are keeping one aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea, one in the Red Sea. If aircraft carriers are so powerful and so dangerous and so scary, Why aren't they being actively used against Iran when Iran is doing well in the war? Right? Aircraft carriers are incredibly expensive. The American aircraft carriers cost, each of them costs more than $10 billion, 10, 12, $13 billion each. Okay? So that's a huge, huge investment just for one trip. And you have to then defend it. Because in today's world, you can easily kill a ship using low cost weapons. Let's say you use Shahed drones, the Iranian drone, okay? The Iranian drone, Shahed drone, costs about $20,000 to $30,000 per piece. $20,000, $30,000 per piece. So if you have 100 of those drones, it's $2 or $3 million. If you have 1,000 of those drones, it's $20, $30 million. If you have a lakh of those drones, it's still $200, $300 million. If you launch a swarm of drones at an aircraft carrier, it's simply a mathematical certainty that the aircraft carrier and its strike group will not have enough missiles beyond a point to target those drones. So let's say the aircraft carrier and its strike group have, let's say, 500 missiles, or let's say 1,000 missiles to defend the ship. But what if you launch 1,500 drones, which are all cheap? What happens then? You're going to destroy the aircraft carrier. It's a mathematical certainty. And instead of drone, if you launch a supersonic or hypersonic missile, you don't need to launch 100 or 1,000. Yeah, launch 30, launch 50. A few will go through. If it's a hypersonic, even if it doesn't have a warhead, it will slice the ship into two pieces. So these are the reasons why aircraft carriers are essentially sitting ducks in today's 21st century context. And they are such incredibly enticing targets. Big fat target, slow moving target. You can take them out through so many different ways. You can use a ballistic missile to take it out. You can use a submarine to take it out. You don't even have to detonate you don't even have to use a torpedo. You can even detonate a tactical nuke underwater before any of the escorts can take action. There's so many ways of destroying aircraft carriers. Submarines, invisible, scary as hell. Submarines are far better. Okay. Kratos says, how is India slipping to vassalhood so fast? Why Bharat cooking to Israel? The leftover of dead British Empire, our people kicked out, looks disgraceful globally. Look, I would not categorize India as a vassal yet. I'm going to re-evaluate the whole situation after this war is over. Right now, Bharat is among the 6 sovereign nations in my sovereignty list. I have not demoted Bharat to a vassal state yet, as per my analysis. Of course, there are concerning developments for sure. Yeah, we are technologically non-sovereign. We are adopting American AI. Very, very, very concerning. We have major sovereignty issues in Manipur. Foreigners have taken over half of the state at least. So we have issues. But I will do this detailed analysis once this war is over. Right now, I am not demoting India below 1.0 on the sovereignty scale. Right now, not. But there are concerning issues for sure. Yeah. About Israel, Mr. Modi did visit Israel the day before the war started, before they launched an attack on Iran. Yeah, that was, I think, well, was it a well-timed visit? I'm not sure. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Who am I to judge? But there is that. And the fact that after the war started, India took a pro-US, pro-Israel stand, that also was maybe, was it necessary? Was it really necessary? A proud, strong, self-respecting, sovereign nation would not do that. Ideally. Maybe there are constraints that I'm not aware of, that only our leadership will know. So I think we need to wait and watch for a while. Let this war get over, then I will look into this. VS says, Parasji must understand that Tsar has been married longer than Parasji has been alive. Who's Parasji? All right. Global says, thoughts on John Kiriakou, ex-CIA agent whistleblower. I have no idea about this individual. Look, if somebody comes on social media and says, I am a ex-CIA agent, real ex-CIA agents don't do that. And if he actually is an ex-CIA agent, maybe he's a part of a psychological operation, psyop. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know the guy. I haven't watched his videos, so I have no idea. But I've heard of this name over and over again. I don't know the truth about this person. Viraj Soni, thank you very much indeed. Viraj Soni ji, thank you very much. Right Angle says, can we replace raw material import from China to North Korea? North Korea, what does it export? I'm not sure what it exports. North Korea is a small country. What can they export? That doesn't make sense, you see. Stick Life says, chances of new supreme leader is compromised. The new supreme leader of Iran, is he compromised? This is the second time I'm hearing this today. Maybe this is a psychological operation. These kind of sort of rumors are being spread to undermine the morale of the people of Iran, to undermine the morale of the Iranian leadership, possibly. I personally have seen no evidence that the new supreme leader is compromised in any way whatsoever. All right. Arg Mittal says, Namaste, following you since 2021. Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Yeah, that's the beginning, wasn't it? Kind of. Yeah. Thank you. So India allowed Iranian ship. Khamenei condolence. Lando warned on China mistake. Does this show India's sovereignty? See, India allowing an Iranian warship, to berth at an Indian port is not words, it's actions. It's actions. So India is sending a message to the world, not verbally, but through actual actions. Like I keep saying, actions matter, words don't matter. So this is an actual action, which shows that India is now showing the world it's not pro-US or pro-Israel, and maybe it's not pro-Iran either. It's just being neutral. If a neighboring country with whom you have good relations requests for help, you should offer it. And of course, the Americans will be displeased by this because they want to destroy Iranian ships. They want to destroy the entire Iranian Navy, and we are preventing that from happening entirely. Preventing the Americans from completely destroying the Iranian Navy. That will be seen by the Americans as unfriendly action. And still we are doing it, which kind of shows that we have some spine left. Right? A vassal state would not do that. The Prime Minister did not express condolences on the assassination of Mr. Khamenei, but the government has done that. India's Foreign Secretary, Mr. Misri, went to the Iranian embassy and signed the book of condolence, and other officials have also done that. So we have offered condolences to the people of Iran. Lando, I'm not sure about what Lando thing is, but overall, yeah, this shows that India is not bowed down entirely to the US. It is not bowing down. It's recalibrating its stance in the war, and it does show that India is a sovereign nation. Yes. Viraj Soni, thank you very much, Virajji, once again. Thank you. VSVS says, I saw an Asmon Gold clip about latest developments in Iran war, and from how Trump is positioning, looks like Iran war will end very soon. What's my belief? Like I said, Trump is reaching that situation where he doesn't have a lot of options left. His critical vulnerability is domestic political opinion. The opinion of the MAGA voters, Make America Great Again, that movement, his core voting base, his core voter base, his core vote bank. They want victory, and they want low gas prices. Gas means gasoline, which means petrol. They don't want to face high prices and all that. If Trump loses control of the situation and the prices start escalating, they will lose their trust and belief in Trump. If Trump isn't able to secure a victory, military victory over Iran, well, that diminishes American prestige, and that diminishes Trump's standing in the world, stature in the world, including domestically. Eventually, the truth about the casualty numbers will come out. American casualties, how many? They are saying there are 6 or 7 people dead thus far, which is obviously a make-believe number. Nobody believes that. So, what is the actual damage the American military has taken? We don't know right now. Everything is being suppressed. What's the damage Israel has taken? So when the truth eventually comes out, it will be bad for Trump because this has not gone the way he expected. So Trump has two or three options. One option is take the war to the next level and obliterate Iran. But do you have the capability to do that? Iran will keep fighting. So you can't inflict a military defeat on Iran. Then the option is you either change the goalposts and say that I've achieved my objectives and you walk out, which makes you look like a fool, or you go for a land invasion, boots on the ground, which is suicidal. Trump doesn't have good options. The best option he has is to somehow declare victory. That we killed Khamenei and we destroyed the nuclear facilities again, and they can't demonstrably say that they have destroyed Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. So you have to claim some kind of victory and walk out. If that happens, the war is over. But will Israel agree to that? Will Israel agree to that? That's a big question. Israel will not be satisfied with the war ending at this stage. Israel has taken tremendous damage. They want payback for that. And if Israel is not willing to end the war, well, I think events have shown us that Trump can't do a thing about that. Then he can't leave the war. So it looks like Trump is trapped. So either Trump takes the bitter pill and ignores Israel and just says that, you know what, I have won the war. We achieved our objectives and walk out. But no one will believe him. But I think that's the best option for Trump. Because as long as Hormuz remains closed, things will go from bad to worse. So if Trump is willing to swallow that bitter pill, in that case, the war could end soon. Otherwise, it'll go on for years. It has the potential to go on for years. Yeah. Mohit Bhatt says Raza Pahlavi equal to Muhammad Yunus. Exactly. Yeah. Arg Mittal says if US vassal of Israel, is Israel powerful than India? Arey Baba. If US is a vassal of Israel, Israel is more powerful than India. It is the most powerful nation in the world then. If Israel's vassal is the US, hypothetically, then Israel is the most powerful nation in the entire universe. Forget about India, the whole universe. If that is the case. Rahul Reddy says, in a hypothetical World War III scenario, is India prepared? Deep dive. Deep dive. Hypothetical World War III, is India prepared? In a hypothetical World War III, nobody is properly prepared. When World War I happened, nobody was prepared for that war to go that deep. When World War II started, nobody was prepared for what was going to come. Nobody is prepared. When World War III actually starts, the question is who will prepare the fastest and who will adapt the fastest. Right now, nobody knows how the war could go. So I'm not sure if India is prepared, but how adaptable is India is the real question. Okay, and for that we have to see whether India can very quickly learn the lessons of the war in Iran and adapt accordingly. Sachdev Satyajit says the US was able to reverse engineer Iran's Shahed drones. Why hasn't India invested in reverse engineering these drones? They can be used to deplete the enemy's air defense interceptor missiles. So the US was able to acquire one or two Iranian drones that had not exploded or whatever. Or they were able to acquire spare parts or whatever from exploded drones. And based on that, I think one of the drones failed or something, and they were able to recover it mostly undamaged or with not major damage. And they were able to open it up and pull out the guts and all that, and they were able to reverse engineer that, the Americans. So the question is, why hasn't India done that? Well, first of all, we don't have a sample. We don't have a drone, Shahed drone, that we have access to that we can reverse engineer. And secondly, why do you need to reverse engineer that? Why don't you produce your own drone that has the same characteristics and same behavior? Right? Is it so hard? Don't we have engineers in this country? So India has come up with something. So an Indian company, startup or whatever, has come up with the Sheshnag drone, which looks like the Shahed drone. Sheshnag drone. Oh, come on, man. Sheshnag drone. Okay. Sheshnag 150 is an advanced indigenous long-range swarming kamikaze drone Loitering munition developed by Bengaluru-based startup New Space Research and Technologies, designed for the Indian Armed Forces. It's engineered to penetrate contested airspace, overwhelm enemy air defenses, and strike high-value targets. Okay, the range is 1,000 to 1,200 kilometers, carries a 25 to 40 kilogram warhead, more than 5 hours of flight time, uses AI-powered technology to operate in coordinated autonomous network clusters, allowing them to evade defenses and act together, capable of operating in GPS-denied environments using visual navigation systems, a delta wing configuration, and so on. What's it look like? Looks like this. It looks kind of like the Shahed, yes. Project Kal, I don't know what Project Kal is, but this is the Sheshnak drone, which, well, looks has the same kind of configuration as the Shahid. Now let's find out what it costs. Estimated cost per unit. It's designed to be in the same class as the Iranian Shahed 136, which has an estimated cost of $20,000 to $50,000 per unit. So we don't know what the Indian drone's cost is, but it is the same category, same class of drone. And so if it is a good drone, induct that in the lakhs. That's what India should do. So we don't need to reverse engineer anything. We just use our own drones, which have the same characteristics and capabilities. VSVS says, just stating that India has won the World Cup. Well, congratulations to all Indians on this great victory. We retained the World Cup. India had won the World Cup last year in 2025 when Surya Kumar Yadav took that great catch on the boundary. Was it David Miller, right? Yeah. So India won last year, and this year India retained the World Cup in the final by winning the final in an overwhelming fashion. So congratulations to everybody. Great. It's becoming routine, right? As it should be. Great. Hardik Joshi says, American deep state strategy, inflict damage on Iran to achieve temporary American objectives, then Trump gets impeached in midterm elections. Well, I don't know about that. A president cannot get impeached in midterm elections. His party can lose the midterm elections. Impeachment is a separate process. Midterm elections aren't about impeaching anybody. Okay, so he doesn't get impeached in the midterm elections. His party, the Republican Party, can possibly be defeated in the midterm elections. That will happen if there is a disaster in the Iran war, which is the way the US, things are going. Disaster in the sense that the Americans won't be able to achieve their objectives. None of their objectives. So, or limited objectives, but not the full objectives they'd promised. And Trump, as the president, is a tool of the deep state, if the deep state exists. So why will the deep state destabilize or sabotage their own tool? Of course, there are reasons for doing that too, but I can't think of any. Okay. VSVS says, I have hair like Billy Hargov, but Akshit Ji asks how to make them like yours. Who's Billy Hargov? Let's see. Billy Hargov. Billy Hargrove. Billy Hargrove. Okay, you got hair like this. Well, I also see. I never leave my hair open, right? My hairstyle. The kind of hair I have is also similar to this. I don't have straight hair like this. My hair is more wavy. My hair forms locks. That's the kind of hair I have. So how do you make hair like someone? Well, you either go to a salon, a stylist, and have it done that way, or you just enjoy the natural hairstyle the gods gave you. All right. Conservative. Thank you very much, Conservative G. Right Angle says, views on Mizoram CM said Mizoram was an independent nation. I'm not aware of this, and I've not heard of this. Did the Mizoram CM say something? Mizoram's chief minister. What happened? Is there something in the news? Lal Du Homa. Okay, I'm not aware of this particular piece of news, so I shall refrain from commenting about it. Argo Mittal says, if hypothetically China versus US direct war outcome, It depends on what kind of war it is. Direct war, but is it limited war? Is it full scale war? In a full scale war, I expect the US to win. But the way the Americans are demonstrating their performance in Iran, if the Americans are trying to defend Taiwan, will they be able to defend Taiwan? I'm not sure now. I'm not sure. Yeah. So can't say. But if it's a full scale war, the full might of the US versus the full might of China, the US still has overwhelming superiority. So the US should win. VSVS says if we exclude the once in a thousand years man, is Modi ji the best we can do or Yogi ji? Let Mr. Modi ji be done with his leadership tenure, then we'll see. See, once in a thousand years, man, that happens in once in a thousand years. Maybe this is not the time. So who's the best we have now? I think Modi ji is still the best we have now. But if you are looking for alternatives, eventually we will need alternatives, right? Eventually the time comes. Then I don't know. There are so many potential candidates for leadership in India, depending on which political party you're a fan of. If you're a fan of the BJP, there are multiple candidates, multiple people who may be aspiring prime ministerial candidates. For me, perhaps Yogi ji makes sense. Perhaps, most likely, perhaps. Argmital says, is Russia slowly reaching its past superpower status? Not quite. Not quite. Not yet. Not anytime soon. Jas says, why did Mr. Modi not condemn US attacks? Because India wants good relations with the US. Every nation in the world seeks to have good relations with the US. The US is the world's richest and most powerful country. If you have good relations with them, your economy will do well and your nation will do well. That's why nobody wants to have bad relations with the US. That's why Mr. Modi has not condemned US attacks. Okay? Ankita ji, good evening. There are talks of many war crimes happening in the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Please explain. War crimes. Well, there is the reported use of white phosphorus by some nations. Has it been confirmed? Let's see. So that's a war crime. It's not allowed. The second thing is Trump has now claimed that the American submarine captain had the option of sinking of capturing the Iranian ship or sinking it, and he chose to sink it because sinking is more fun. If you had the option to capture the ship and not kill the sailors, but you chose to sink it and then watch the sailors die laughing. So yeah, that's two examples. The bombing of an Iranian school in which like 150, 160 children died, school children. That's obviously a war crime. Double tapping that area is a horrible war crime. What's a double tap operation? What's a double tap strike? A double tap strike is when you first target a place and there's explosion and lots of people die. Then what happens? Naturally, ambulances will come, doctors will come, lots of people will come to help. So you strike once, then let everybody come. Then after 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, you strike the same place again. So it will cause more people to die. Those who have come to rescue the injured. That's called a double tap strike. There have been double tap strikes. Apparently, this Iranian school was double tapped. So these are war crimes. There is the alleged use of white phosphorus by some countries. Let's see. White phosphorus. Okay, so HRW, Human Rights Watch, accuses Israel of illegal white phosphorus use in Lebanon. And white phosphorus is horrible. Okay, it burns till the bones. So human rights group says Israeli military using white phosphorus munitions, etc., etc. So look, this is the sort of thing that's going on. War is dirty. Yeah, war is dirty. War is terrible. The people who suffer the most in the war are the civilians, the unarmed people, and they are the ones, yeah, who are mostly targeted the most. So that's what I know of. I'm not aware of any other potential war crimes. Am I aware of something else? Yeah, I'm not aware of any other such instances. So that's what I can tell you. And I hope this war ends at the earliest. Kaivalya says, if India attacks Pakistan and China attacks Taiwan at once, what is the US response? Could a united China, Russia, India bloc defeat America? A united China-Russia bloc could China-Russia-India bloc could stand up to America if the three nations cooperate and collaborate on all matters. They could create a completely parallel system, economic system, and a whole ecosystem which would be totally independent of the Western-led system, the US-led system. So if China, India, Russia, China come together, it can certainly happen. Yeah, we may not be able to defeat America, but we'll be able to stand up to them and not uh, have to worry about their pressure, their threats, and all that, because the three nations are combining their resources together and their strengths together. So we may not be able to defeat America, but we'll be able to stand up to them, and we will not. Uh, then it will not be possible for the US to bully these three nations. Now the first question is: if India attacks Pakistan, China attacks Taiwan at once at the same time, what's the US response? The US will probably not be sure about what to do. Taiwan is a precious resource for the US. They may have to abandon the war in Iran and try and defend Taiwan. India attacking Pakistan is less of a loss for the US. Pakistan is a disposable asset for the US. But if India is able to defeat Pakistan and achieve its military and political objectives, that will be a huge setback to the US. Huge setback to the US. So if India and China does this together at the same time, I think the Americans will not quite know how to respond. They'll probably go for a potential defense of Taiwan. They will probably have to abandon the Iran war in that situation. They'll probably have to abandon the Iran war. Vicky is a new member. Thank you very much, Vicky, and welcome to the channel's membership. And here we have white phosphorus. JRXNA says Israel has started using white phosphorus in Lebanon after double tap attacks on hospitals and schools in Iran. Since the escalation has reached biochemical weapons, are we close to World War III? No, we are still not close to World War III. World War III kind of situation will happen if more nations get dragged into the war. If the Americans drag certain European nations into the war, maybe France, Germany, etc., maybe Poland, maybe somebody else, if they get involved, if Turkey gets involved, if for some reason Russia and China also get involved. So if you have Russia, China, Turkey, France, Germany, perhaps UK, also involved in the conflict, which already encompasses the whole Gulf region, then we are seeing the beginnings of World War III. Okay, and that obviously is contingent on various developments and how things go on various scenarios. The escalation has reached biochemical weapons. Well, white phosphorus is not a biochemical weapon. It's just a war crime. It's a chemical, of course. It's an element. Phosphorus is an element, and white phosphorus is an allotrope of phosphorus. It's an allotrope, right? Yeah, it's one of the forms. So that's white phosphorus, and it's very nasty. It burns your bones. It burns everything. So that's a war crime, alleged war crime. I'm not sure. I mean, there are reports of Israel doing this. I don't know if they are true or not. Maybe it's all lies. I don't know. And double tap attacks and all that, like we discussed. Yeah. So we are still not close to World War III. World War III may not have. See, if there are horrific war crimes, that could still be a localized war. You have situations like that in Africa all the time. The situation in Somalia, Sudan, etc. It's always horrific war crime levels stuff, but no one cares. World War III means lots of nations get involved in the same war. We are not there yet, and I hope we don't go there yet, and we don't go there at all. VS says Ankita Kachapji is an underrated, rich supporter of Chavda ji. Thank you, Ankita ji, indeed. Amol Deshpande says, according to you, what steps should the government of India take right now to strengthen India's position in this uncertain world? Or do you think they are already doing everything right? What's my thoughts? There are many things India should do. See, in this uncertain world, India needs unity and cohesion. Is India united and cohesive today? There are issues in society that are dividing society. Those, whatever factors are causing divisions in Indian society, those factors should be addressed and removed by the government of India, especially if those are legislative and policy matters. That's number one. Number two, India needs to now ramp up its military strength. India spends what, 2% or less of its GDP on military expenditure. Let's find out. What percentage of India's GDP is allocated to military expenditure? Approximately 2%. Okay, approximately 2%. I don't think that is sufficient given the extremely uncertain and volatile nature of the world right now. I think the next 10 years, India should allocate 5% of its GDP. It may sound extreme, and we will have to, with the government, we may have to end the Ladli Behna Yojanas and all those freebie schemes. But hey, this is important. So I think that's what needs to be done. And India needs to stockpile massive, massive numbers of missiles and drones. India needs to massively expand its naval footprint, especially via submarines. India needs to, well, there's so many things need to be done. Maybe this is where we should begin. Yeah. And we should obviously have our own sovereign AI systems. And we should become a world leader in AI. We need our own semiconductor manufacturing too for that, eventually. So many things India needs to do, but mainly military. We need to first be able to guarantee our nation's defense. For that, you have to militarize much more than what we have today. That's how I see it. Fast Snail says, what's the relevance of the third temple to Jews? I don't know. I don't know about Judaism and the relevance of the third temple. I've heard that there are some prophecies of something or the other, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not an expert in these matters. Sorry. Argamittal says, were we vassals of the USSR when we had defense pacts with the Soviets? My cousins are Russian and they praise Putin. Why Putin is portrayed as a psychopath by the US? Anyone who comes in the way of American expansion in the world is going to be portrayed as an evil person. Right now, they're saying Iran is a terrorist nation. If you stand up to the US, you're going to be described as a psychopath, as a terrorist, as evil, as a child killer, as God knows what. That's what Trump does. Anybody whose interests clash with the US, they're going to be called names, very nasty things by the Americans. So Iran is a terrorist nation, Putin is a psychopath, and so on. India is a dead economy according to Trump, right? That sort of thing. So obviously Putin is not a psychopath. Obviously he's not. He's a very rational man. Now, were we vassals of the USSR when we had defense pact with the Soviets? I'm not sure if we had defense pact with the Soviets, but we had a very strong relationship with the Soviets. And obviously there was a power asymmetry. The USSR was a global superpower. India was just a tiny, economically tiny, irrelevant nation, third world, dirt poor nation with a Nehruvian rate of growth. So we were nothing at the time. And for the USSR, obviously, India needed to be kept out of the American orbit, so that the world was not, so that the Americans could not encircle the USSR everywhere. And that's why the USSR had this relationship with India. And it is alleged that they used to pay various Indian politicians, briefcases full of cash and so on, to stay on their side, that sort of thing. It is also alleged that certain very high-ranking Indian politicians of the 60s, 70s, etc., were on the CIA payroll. That's also possibly, potentially, most likely true. So that's the game that was being played. Were we vassals? We were not quite vassals. You could say we had a quasi alliance, not a de jure alliance, but a de facto alliance. And the power asymmetry ensured that the relationship was unequal, but it was not a vassal overlord kind of relationship where there is exploitation of the vassal by the overlord. That was not the case. India wasn't exploited. Shivansh says Iran has indicated that the Strait of Hormuz will remain open for Indian oil tankers and cargo ships as well. Well, they have indicated this, but what is India doing about this? Is India willing to have Indian oil tankers and cargo ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz? See, the difficulty is this. The danger is this. Iran is allowing some nations to transit the Strait of Hormuz. The Chinese, India, and maybe one or two other nations. So if Chinese ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz, Iran will not shoot at them. And China is a very powerful nation. So the Americans will also not touch Chinese ships. But if Indian ships are passing through and the Iranians won't destroy them, There is a possibility the Americans will destroy those Indian ships. So that is also something we have to keep in mind. This is war. War is a dirty business. Okay. That is one possibility India will obviously have to keep in mind. It's not like the US is our great friend, right? Yeah, so Iran has indicated it will be okay with Indian ships transiting, which is good for us. But let's see how what we do about that. Fast Snail says, is AIPAC one of the reasons for the current situation? AIPAC, America, Israel, professional. What is AIPAC? Let's find out. AIPAC. AIPAC. American Israel Public Affairs Committee, powerful bipartisan US lobbying group founded in 1954 to strengthen, protect, and promote the US Israel relationship. It influences policy by funding candidates, lobbying officials, and through its super PAC, this United Democracy Project, spending over 100 million in 2024 to support pro-Israel candidates and defeat critics, and so on and so forth. So, is the AIPAC one of the reasons for the current situation? Look, a lot of people say that the AIPAC is incredibly powerful and they have a lot of say in US policy, a lot of influence. Um, is it behind one of the reasons for the current situation? Possibly, it is possible, but can't say for sure. It is certainly a possibility. Certainly a possibility. I mean, Trump was. Did he, who did he blame? He's been going around blaming people now for the situation. He blamed his son-in-law Jared Kushner and other people, Marco Rubio, for the situation, for the war in Iran. Um, yeah, so Trump is right now starting the blame game, but is he going to blame the AIPC? I doubt it very much. Um, so I can't say for sure, but it's possible. It's possible. JRXNA says ex CIA John Kiriakou said he had intel that Israel told has told Trump privately that they will use nukes in Iran. Trustable? What can lead to this? How will immediate 24 hours look like geopolitically? I have no idea how 24 hours will look like. John Kiriakou, I don't know how credible he is. Was he really an ex-CIA agent? Or if he really is an ex-CIA agent, why is he sharing CIA secrets with the world? I find this very suspicious. So he says he has intel. Now, how does he have intel? Since he's ex-CIA, how does he have intel about such profoundly delicate matters? I am super skeptical about this matter. But logically, it's possible that that Israel may be considering using nuclear weapons. Logically, it's possible, like we discussed earlier in this live stream 2 hours ago. In certain conditions, Israel may be tempted to use nuclear weapons, and if that's the case, they may tell Trump privately about it. So this is something that's a logical possibility. You don't need classified intelligence to be able to discuss this. It's a logical possibility. I am able to speak about it. So I could also say that, you know what, I am a member. I have intel from RAW that Israel is considering this, and they have told Trump privately. I can make that claim, but what is the basis of my claim? What credibility does it have? Nothing. So I'm skeptical about John Kiriakou's claims, if he actually has made this claim. What can lead to this? We discussed it, right? Certain Israeli red lines being crossed that can lead to a nuclear strike by Israel. If Israel is taking too much damage, it is going on indefinitely, and there is no progress in the war, and Iran is not going down. In that case, Israel may become desperate because too many people are getting targeted and too many buildings are going down, and so on and so forth. Then Israel may decide possibly to use nuclear weapons. That could lead to the use of nuclear weapons by Israel. How will the immediate 24 hours look like? I have no idea. Can't say. Okay. Nishan Bag says, sorry to interrupt. I work in hospitality mainly for money, earning about 20K CTC, cost to company in Bangalore. My real interests are tech like robotics, AI, and energy. Lately, I feel drained, exhausted doing work. Is there a follow-up question to that? Sounds a little incomplete. What is there a question that you have? Nishan, let me see if you have other questions after that. I'm just looking into that. I don't see any follow up question. So, okay, so you have made a statement but here that you work in hospitality because obviously you get an income from that. You earning 20K CTC in Bangalore. Your real interest is something else entirely. Tech like robotics, AI, and energy. Lately, you feel drained, exhausted doing work. Well, if you feel drained, exhausted, unhappy, then it means that you are not in the right place. And it indicates that if possible, you should do something to change your circumstances and move into a field that actually gives you satisfaction and fulfillment and a salary. That's what this seems to be telling you clearly. So, if the question is how should I achieve it, well, I don't know because I don't know you personally. I don't know what skills you have, what your educational and professional background is like, how old you are, all those things. So if I knew more details about you, I would have been able to give you um, some specific advice. But what I can say is that look, if you're unhappy, if you're drained, exhausted doing all this hospitality work, it's not for you. Then find a way to move into a field that is better for you. Right? That's what I can tell you. Find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. You have to make everything's possible in the world. You have to see to do that. All right. All the best, sir. Do well. VSVS says statement by the great Kanglu. Mr. Creator, Chavda is a secret Maulana. Ask him about Islam, we will get your answers. Okay, it's very funny, yes? Okay. Chennu Chiranjeevi says if the US exits the Middle East, could Iran dominate Hormuz, charge GCC transit fees, push de-dollarization, and speed up US decline? If the US exits the Middle East and packs up its military presence in the Middle East, then the whole balance of power changes. The US could still keep supplying the Middle Eastern nations with arms and ammunition and weapons and munitions. That could continue. But the US presence won't be there anymore, right? And obviously, the Gulf nations will say that we haven't lost too much because the Americans anyway did not protect us. But does it mean that Iran starts dominating Hormuz and charging GCC transit fees through Hormuz and all? I don't think Iran will do that. I don't think Iran will do that. Push de-dollarization. Well, Iran alone can't push de-dollarization. The entire Gulf region has to do that. Stop trading for oil in US dollars. That will push de-dollarization. Iran alone cannot do that. Okay? Iran alone isn't strong enough to do that. Pronil says, I live in Siliguri and my city is being infiltrated by drugs. My own friend is now an addict. This started after COVID. Search Siliguri brown sugar. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Siliguri brown sugar. Siliguri. Okay, looks like there's an ongoing issue in Siliguri. BSF inspector held for smuggling 3 kilograms of brown sugar. The BSF is supposed to safeguard our borders, right? Then why do we have the BSF there? It's because Siliguri is a border region. What border? Bangladesh. One second. Where's the map? Okay, here's the map. Siliguri is a very sensitive region. This is Siliguri. So it's the region between Nepal and Bangladesh. We have to be the government of India has to be really, really vigilant in this area. So this is extremely unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear this, and I hope that the government of India will get its act together. Why is the BSF guy being arrested smuggling 3 kilograms or whatever of brown sugar? Brown sugar is some kind of drug, right? Let me find out what brown sugar actually is. Brown sugar narcotic. What is that? What is brown sugar? What is that? Yeah, it won't tell me. It's some kind of narcotic, some kind of drug. Terrible. I'm so sorry to hear this, sir. Vidhi Maniar says, want Russia, China, KP2, get in calm, daddy down, India is highest. Want Russia, China, what's KP? Not sure what KP is. To get in calm, daddy down, India is highest. I'm not sure what you're saying, Vidiji, but it's good to see you and thank you. Vaibhav what says, I've heard news that US is withdrawing Patriot missile system from South Korea for deployment back to West Asia. Does this give China room for Taiwan? If this continues, it makes the situation much more conducive for China to consider very seriously a move on Taiwan. I heard the US was withdrawing its THAAD system, THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, from South Korea to move it, to deploy it in West Asia. So if the US starts cannibalizing its posture in one part of the world to help its activities in Iran, well, that indicates that the US is reaching a stage where it doesn't have enough resources, which will make Xi Jinping rub his hands in glee. Yeah. So it's not yet the case that it means China has a green light for Taiwan, but it's very concerning for the US if you're American. Chetan says, are Indian communists good if they come to power? I don't discuss Indian politics, so I shall not comment about this matter. But I think my viewers know where I stand on this matter. Galliver says, the Juan de Fuca plate, a North American plate experiencing abnormal episodic tremors and slip events for some time, looks like a Richter 9+ is pretty close. Any way to game this? I don't know how to game tectonic activity. There is no known, I don't know of any technology that we have that can help us harness tectonic activity. Tectonic activity is highly unpredictable. We know where the fault lines lie, where we know which tectonic fault lines are more active compared to the other ones. We know where the ring of fire lies and so on. But when and where will the next earthquake located, we don't really know. We can't predict that. And there's no way to harness that energy, which is tremendous energy, but there's no way to harness that. And if that's what you mean by gaming it. So yeah, there's no way to game it that I know of. Juan de Fuca plate, a North American plate. Let's find out where this Juan de Fuca plate is. Juan de Fuca plate. Plate. Okay, so if you look at the images, okay. Right, okay. Are we seeing the prospect of the next big one in California? Well, I hope not. Obviously, it's northern North America, but okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of any way of gaming it, unfortunately. Putin says views increased but still stuck at 952K, YouTube, etc. All right, sir. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I don't bother with it. I'm not worried about it. Noise says Charlie Kirk banners in Nagaland Christianity. I have no idea. Really, Charlie Kirk banners in Nagaland? Why do we need Charlie Kirk banners in Nagaland? How is it relevant here? No idea. Animish Bharati says, what is the experience of citizens impacted by war in their country? How much is their daily life impacted? No water, no electricity. If you're lucky, if you are in a nation that's at war, and if you're lucky, then maybe you live in a region in some part of the country where the war isn't really visible and it's not impacting you. In that case, daily life may go on mostly okay. But if the country is being impacted by war, then even if you're far away from the war zone, maybe electricity is gone, maybe there's water issues. Yeah, so that happens. If you're in a city that is being targeted, then electricity and water, if you don't have it, you're lucky, as long as you're alive and your building is still standing. So it depends on where you are and what the situation is. Sometimes there's nothing that happens to you. Sometimes the only issue you face is food is scarce, but you can acquire food somehow. But there are levels of escalation, levels of difficulty that people face depending on where you are and how far from the war zone. And the worst thing you can face is what happened in Dresden. Dresden firebombing, which is one of the war crimes of the Second World War. Yeah, Dresden firebombing. The bombing of Dresden, a joint British and American aerial bombing attack on the city of Dresden, the capital of the Germans. They dropped more than 3,900 tons of high explosive bombs and incendiary devices. Up to 25,000 people were killed. Really? Only 25,000? You're kidding me? Okay, whatever. So that was a horrific war crime. So it depends. Depends. VSVS says Professor Jiang made my buddies feel confident about getting a girlfriend after the start of his game theory series. He's very funny and knowledgeable for sure. Well, I'm glad. So does he have a game theory series for how to get a girlfriend? Really? Good in that case. Sounds like a cool guy. All right. Slayer says meow meow. Hail the meow meow god from meow then. Hail the meow god. Yeah, indeed. Messy Alien says, why haven't we found anything related to Ramayana and Mahabharata? I know you said that we haven't done enough digging, but there should be a lot of evidence of our history, right? So look, if you have something that happened 1,000 years ago, then if that's not a city that is still lived in, if you have something that happened 1,000 years ago, and that episode ended, let's say it's a battle that happened 1,000 years ago, okay, hypothetically. Then over time, what happens is that battlefield gets covered with soil because of the process of erosion. The wind brings in soil, and soil deposits, accumulates, and over time, layers and layers of soil build up. So if something happened 1,000 years ago, it's going to be under several significant layers of soil, maybe several feet deep. If something happened 2,000 years ago, it's going to be even deeper. So that's why when we do archaeology, we have to dig underground. Okay, so if let's say one of the candidate dates of the Mahabharata is, let's say, 3,000 something BC, so that's about 5,000 years before today. So imagine how deep those archaeological artifacts are going to be under the ground. For that, you have to do digging, archaeology. Ramayana predates the Mahabharata. Maybe it's 7,000 years old. I'm just giving a hypothetical date, okay? I'm not claiming I know what the date is. So then it's going to be even deeper. Now, the good thing is we know the locations, because the locations still have the same names. Because India is a place where people have lived forever, essentially. So the same places still have the same names. So for the Mahabharata, we have names like Indrapat today, which is in Delhi. Indrapat. The place is still there. But nobody has bothered to dig. So it's not like you're going to find things, artifacts sitting on the floor. You're going to have to actively dig in the right places. Only then you find stuff. You see, that is the issue. And one example is the accidental discovery of Dwarka, which again was underwater. It was underwater, right? And we have this story from the Mahabharata that the city of Dwarka got submerged because of a tectonic event, a massive earthquake, because Western Gujarat is prone to earthquakes. So Arjun goes to Dwarka to visit the city, and he sees that he experiences this horrible earthquake, and the entire city is swallowed by the ocean. It is submerged. That's the story. And today we have a city of Dwarka in Western India, in Gujarat. So then the story must be a myth, right? Until an archaeologist, Dr. S.R. Rao, decided to see what is off the coast of the city of Dwarka. Is there something there? And he finds an entire submerged city. So clearly that so-called myth was the truth. Exactly what is written in the Mahabharata, we found there. So that way, we know the places where you should find archaeological evidence, but nobody is bothered to do that. And that is the issue. That's why I say that without digging, we'll find nothing. We don't find evidence just strewn around on the ground anywhere. It's going to be all underground. It's going to be all buried several feet down, maybe tens of feet down. That's the issue. Anirudh Kumar says, when can India make overseas territories or colonies? Far in the future. I mean, maybe medium-term future, when India becomes more powerful. Not right now. India is not powerful enough right now. In the future. For that, India will have to become more powerful than what it is right now. Surabhi says, is Prime Minister Modi a CIA asset like ex-PM Morarji Desai? I don't believe that at all. I'm saying about Prime Minister Modi. I do not believe Prime Minister Modi is an asset of any other nation. I don't believe that. I would rather not comment about Mr. Morarji Desai. Nikita Anesthesia says, India has done rare earths deals with Kazakhstan, and according to some, US is giving us leverage cause they need India refinery, especially for Venezuela oil. My thoughts. Okay, I'm not aware of this deal with Kazakhstan. Let's find out. India, rare earths, Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, okay, India Kazakhstan rare earths partnership. India is pursuing partnerships with Kazakhstan through initiatives like whatever to enhance resource security, etc. Kazakhstan holds significant reserves, 15 out of 17 known rare earth elements, which are vital for electronics and so on, etc., etc. Okay, good. I'm glad we are collaborating with Kazakhstan about this. Good, good. I like it. I approve of it. Right. Um, US is giving India leverage because they need Indian refinery for Venezuelan oil. Well, there's only three refineries in the world that can refine Venezuelan oil. Venezuelan oil, the oil that comes out of Venezuela is heavy sour crude oil. It's very thick. It looks like tar, the tar that is used for paving roads. It looks like tar. It's very thick and it's got a very high sulfur content. So it's called heavy sour crude oil. That sort of oil needs a tremendous amount of refining, specialized refining. And most refineries can't handle that sort of oil. There's only three refineries in the world that can handle Venezuelan oil. One of those is in India. Okay, so that's why India India has that advantage, and the Americans are okay with India acquiring Venezuelan oil because Venezuela is now one of their puppets. Anirudh Kumar says, who are the best people to idolize for the Indian youth? Shri Ram, Shri Krishna. Don't idolize politicians. Don't idolize entertainers. Don't idolize cricketers. The people to idolize are Shri Ram, Shri Krishna, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Rajendra Chola, Rajaraj Chola, Samudra Gupta, Kanishka the Great, Subhash Chandra Bose. Some of these people I would say you can certainly idolize. Right? Don't idolize politicians, cricketers, entertainers, all these people. Clearly, some cricketers have admirable qualities, but they are still cricketers. Okay. I also am a big fan of many cricketers, but it doesn't mean you should idolize them. All right. Chaitanya says, how will the future of war evolve in the age of AI and drones? Earlier, aircraft carriers were seen as powerful. Now what? I'll tell you, aircraft carriers have not been powerful for a very long time, but only now it is visible. And of course, in the past, most nations did not have high quality anti-ship missiles. Today, aircraft carriers are sitting ducks. So, yeah. So, how will the future of war evolve in the age of AI and drones? It's going to be more and more autonomous. It's going to be more and more decentralized. It's going to be more and more drone warfare, drone swarm warfare, missile warfare, robotic warfare. AI systems are going to control and coordinate drone swarms in real time using integrated battle space awareness, which will come from satellites, which will come from loitering drones, which will come from other various kinds of sensors. So everything, all sensors, each drone also will give feedback to the satellite and where the command and control nodes and hubs, and that will allow the your command center and centers to see an integrated picture of the battle space. And then your AI system, depending on how good it is, will be able to coordinate your systems in real time and deploy them at the right places in the battlefield. So that's the kind of scenario we're gonna have soon, especially with advanced nations that have high quality AI and high quality drones, missiles, and high quality robotics. That's how the future of warfare looks like, and the nations that can't adapt to this will be left behind. And you're gonna see similar scenarios at sea. You're gonna have autonomous underwater vehicles like submarine drones, but small, not as big as the submarines, smaller ones, that will operate autonomously, but maybe in coordination with each other. They will have their own AI systems on board. They may even take kill decisions autonomously. So that's the kind of future we're going to have eventually, but pretty soon actually. Gallagher says Verizon routers run a kind of DDoS daemon, not on their router though. No pun intended. The professor you researched has contributed to that horrible state of being. Nothing to do with the erstwhile VZNHNP. So DDoS is distributed denial of service. So Verizon routers run a kind of distributed denial of service daemon. That's a job that's always on, not on their router though. Okay. The professor research has contributed to that horrible state of being. Professor Jiang. Okay. Oh yeah, I was not aware of that. I briefly skimmed through his work. Okay. Well, thank you for letting us know, sir. Thank you. Son Goku says Modi has no aura, but Nehru impressed Mrs. Edwina. Well, Mr. Modi has aura in the matters that that are important for the carrying out of his duties. Mr. Nehru, of course, was magnificent. I mean, nobody can compare to Mr. Nehru. Even Madame Edwina Mountbatten was impressed, greatly impressed by his magnificence. So yeah. Swastik says, what makes Yogi different from Mr. Modi? Please explain. I don't know. I don't get into politics. I will not go into this matter. GGG says, is Iran regime change a detriment of Indian interests since they now trade oil for rupees, which strengthens rupee? If they change regime, they go back to USD. If there's a regime change in Iran, they will go back to trading in USD. They will become an extension of US oil and economic and geopolitical policy. They will become pro-US. They'll become pro-Pakistan. It's bad news for India on all fronts. Of course, India is no longer trading with Iran. India is no longer buying oil from Iran. India was buying Iranian oil up to 2016, 2017 or thereabouts. And then Trump said, you can't buy oil anymore from Iran. So we stopped. But yeah, if there's a regime change in Iran, it's very bad for Indian interests. Absolutely. Raj says, how India stopped all drones in Operation Sindoor, impossible to stop them all. Well, the drones the Pakistanis were using were not the kind of kamikaze drones the Iranians are using. The Iranians are using very high quality Shahed drones that cost $20,000-$30,000 per piece. The drones the Pakistanis were using may cost like $3,000-$4,000 a piece. They were mainly for infiltration and for drawing out fire from India. So India did not have to face the kind of drones the Iranians are deploying. Okay, yeah. So that's why India was able to take them all out. Godliness says, after some research, I concluded Japan, UK, and Germany, all three have ample resources, technology, and intelligence to succeed, but the political thought is missing or misguided, and so does in India. Why? See, Japan, UK, and Germany have one thing in common. They are all American vassals. Japan and Germany have been under permanent US military occupation since 1945. Japan has more than 130 American military bases on its territory, permanent bases. Germany has a few, but that is less known to people. The UK is just a lapdog of the US. Ever since Tony Blair came to power, became prime minister. So these three nations are American vassals. They have technology, they have intelligence, they have resources also, but they have zero leadership. Their leadership is nominal leadership. It's not real leadership, right? Because they are not sovereign nations. So that's what's missing in these nations. So does in India. Well, India is still a sovereign nation. India has all kinds of other problems. India does have leadership, right? In Japan, you have a revolving door prime ministership. The same thing exists in the UK. In Germany, you have a chancellor. I don't know what they do, the chancellors, but yeah, they exist. In India, we actually have actual leaders. At least right now, we have an actual leader and multiple potential leaders in the horizon. So India is different from these nations. Okay, Right Angle says North Korea has largest reserves of mago, silver, gold, and rubber. I don't know what mago, magnesium oxide. What is mago? Silver, gold, and rubber. Okay, I'm glad they do. Vishwa says, if Iran doesn't fall, is there a chance of civil war in Iraq? IQ, what's IQ? Iraq. Um, if Iran doesn't fall, will there be a civil war in Iraq? I think in Iraq, there's less of a chance of that happening. Stick Life says, Abhijit Ayurmitra said on X that new supreme leader could possibly be compromised as there's deep pockets in European banks. What do I think, sir? I am not aware of this. I don't have any information about this matter. So yeah, don't know. IPK1S says, SAR started at red pill, now black pill, courtesy of Babudam. I am not quite black pilled yet, not there yet. Of course, we have issues, and I'm kind of, well, obviously, I have been voicing. Look, I've been hoping a lot of reforms and things will happen, which have not quite happened. So that is obviously frustrating, but I'm not quite black pilled yet. I would not categorize myself as someone who is black pilled as of now. Okay, RTX 99 Army says, I read on X that US has lost 650 plus soldiers on their end. The US has claimed only 6 have died. Maybe somebody died in because of illness or whatever. But in combat, 6 have died. That's what they're claiming. Well, obviously that is nonsense. Nobody believes that. But how many have actually died? We don't know. That's mainly speculation. If you were to make an intelligent guess, maybe 650 makes sense, but can't say for sure. So yeah, that's speculation. But obviously nobody believes that figure of 6 soldiers dead. That nobody believes. That's a lie. User DY etc. Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, or ma'am. Thank you. Abirup Shorkar says, how good are laser air defense systems in Israel? No idea. They have something called the Iron Beam system. Well, if it's a highly effective laser system, then it should be able to take out all the incoming missiles, even the cluster warheads that they have, take out each of the individual components of the cluster, if it's good enough, if it's operational. But looks like none of that is happening. So I don't know. Looks like the laser air defense is not operational, perhaps. Don't know, can't say. Abhi says, 5-year-olds are scrolling endlessly. My thoughts. What are my thoughts? I think it's very unfortunate. I think that the issue is that parents have to work, and parents are always busy. They have to earn an income and all that, so they don't have the time to take care of their kids. In India, now we have a nuclear family system. The joint family system is broken up. Even the extended nuclear family system with grandparents staying with grandkids, all that is gone. So there's no one to take care of kids. That's why you give your kid an iPad, and then the kid will learn how to scroll and be hooked to it. It's sad. It's unfortunate, and it's terrible. Anup says, thank God there is no reservations in cricket. Well, thank God. Indeed. Thank God. Ayush Goel says, a few days ago you explained why USA supports Israel. Can't India be in the same super sovereign league by lobbying and powerful politicians? No. Yeah, that lobbying will not bring you into a super sovereign league. Lobbying is bribery. Do you understand what lobbying is? Lobbying is bribery. Do you think the Israelis bribe anybody? No. That's not how it works. Sam the Gamer says, how to ask good questions like, did what colonize us? Did something colonize us? SAR, do history sessions are repetitive now. I think geostrategy shows would be diamond on behalf of everyone. Are you saying history sessions are repetitive now? Or are you saying these sessions are repetitive now? See, look, right now, at least there's a global major conflict going on right now. And I'm sure a lot of viewers have questions about that. So I think I totally hear you. I'm not sure if you're saying that history question sessions are repetitive now, or you want history sessions now more. Geostrategy is definitely, yeah. Maybe I should resume geostrategy episodes. So I hear you, but right now I'm going to focus on geopolitics, at least as long as this war lasts. Then we shall resume to normal programming. And geostrategy is a very good suggestion. So thank you. Okay, VSV says you should come to Lucknow, my city. Someday it's an amazing city and you'll be shocked to see how developed it is. I would love to come there. I have never been to Lucknow. So, yeah. If I get the opportunity, I would love to come there. I mean, I could hop onto a plane tomorrow morning and go there, but yeah, uh, yeah, I don't have that sort of freedom that I can go wherever I feel like, whenever I feel like. I love traveling, and it's not like I have any issues with traveling, but yeah, if there is some event or something in Lucknow or something, I would love to come. So thank you for the recommendation. Divyanth says, "Good evening. Bye. What can be his real hidden objective? Did he f up? But who? Who effed up? What can be his real hidden objective? Who? Donald Trump? Uh, Xi Jinping? Putin? Somebody else? I'm not sure who you're asking this about, right? I'm so sorry. No. Romit Mishra is a new member. Thank you very much, sir. And welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you. Deep Learner says, you say words don't matter, only action does. But then you said earlier India had chosen a side based on Modi's posts. Wasn't that misjudgment? That was not really taking a side. That was, like I said at that time, India had chosen a side verbally, not through actions. If we had chosen a side through actions, we would have been involved in the war on the side of the US or Israel. We took the side of the US and Israel verbally. So that doesn't really matter. Precisely what I keep saying. Mr. Modi did not offer condolences to the people of Iran on the assassination of the Ayatollah. And Mr. Modi condemned the territorial violations, the violations of sovereignty of the Gulf nations, which obviously was implied about Iran. So these were verbal. That is taking a side verbally, choosing a side verbally. But India did not take any actions that were beneficial to either Israel or the US or the Gulf nations. Right? So India verbally took a side, which is not really taking a side. It's like saying full support only verbally, but not doing anything to support. Indians love to say, right, full support. But that's only verbal support. You're not actually taking any action to support whoever you're claiming to support. So those were that was taking a side verbally, not taking a side through action, and that doesn't really matter. That's why India has been able to recalibrate very easily. So that is, it still could be considered to be a misjudgment, perhaps taking a side verbally, perhaps, but maybe it was a calculated move. NetStatGrep says, why did nobody try to take Andaman and Nicobar from us? I think Indonesia had some intentions. I think in 65 or 71 or whichever it was, at that time Indonesia had taken the side of Pakistan. They were supporting Pakistan. Or was it 47? I don't know which year it was. But Indonesia had some designs on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And then we sent a warship there and then everything ended. And it's a pretty remote archipelago. It's in the middle of the Eastern Indian Ocean, the so-called Bay of Bengal. Pretty isolated. And I think we are pretty capable of defending it. That's why nobody has done that or tried that. Anshu Pandey says, let us India take over world, West, USA doing bad job. Yes, sir, let India take over the world. I completely support what you're saying. Genius in says, cousin is a scientist at BARC, Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. Assigned to cut costs and save pennies in shop floor. Talent wasting. That's how we aim to be superpower. It's very, very annoying and frustrating, this sort of situation. I know exactly how it is. Yeah. Yeah. BARC. So we need reforms in these things, right? We need reforms in the education system and the academic sector. We need reforms in R&D environments all over the place. Yeah, I agree with you. This is very frustrating. AUC says, why can't US flatten Iran to save face as superpower? Well, the US has been trying to flatten Yemen for years. Between 24 and 26, Yemen, 2024 and 26, Yemen blockaded the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. The Americans launched hundreds of airstrikes at Yemen, essentially trying to flatten Yemen. But Yemen is a mountainous territory and so on. It's hard to flatten it. It doesn't work. The Yemen government, the Houthis are still there. The Americans, after hundreds of airstrikes, haven't been able to defeat them. So, if you have a flat place, and if you have cities like Baghdad and all, you can flatten them. The Americans are trying to flatten Tehran right now. But it's not going to work out because the resistance is completely decentralized. Then it doesn't work, flattening. Okay, AJP says, not sure how accurate it is, but wherever the US big tech companies are going, seem to be getting targeted in some way. US big tech companies are being targeted. Is that what you're saying? In some way. Wherever US big tech companies are going. Well, I'm not sure of this. I have not noticed this pattern. I'm not aware of this. VSVS says, Vishwesh, can you ask sir for his favorite books on Far East history? My super chat of 40 rupees failed. I'm so sorry that your super chat failed. The history of India's Far East, Manipur, that entire region. There is a book on Assam's history by someone called Barua, right? Assamese history Barua. One second. Assamese history Barua. Assamese history. There's a book, right? Cultural History of Assam, Volume 1, and a comprehensive history of. This is a good book. S.L. Barua, Comprehensive History of Assam. That's S.L. Barua. This is a Cultural History of Assam, Volume 1 by Barua B.K. This is from 1951. I'm sure it will be good. Let's go to a random page. It looks like this is a good book. I am aware of the Comprehensive History of Assam by S.L. Barua. It's a good reference book. Okay, I don't know about. Okay, Assam Yandabo to Partition sounds like a good book, but I haven't read this one. Priyam Goswami. Treaty of Yandabo to Partition. Okay, that. So that is about Assam. Assam is the largest state in the far east of India. When it comes to Manipur, well, the Royal Chronicle of Kings is good, but I'm not sure if it's available. Chaitarol Baba. I'm not sure if this is available anywhere. Okay, it's available on the Internet Archive, which is interesting. This is the Royal Chronicle of the Kings of Manipur going back 2000 years. And obviously, this is in the Bengali script, which most of us can't read. Is it available on Amazon? I would be very surprised if it was in print. It's not available. So yeah, I can think of a few books, but about the history of Manipur, my sources are different. A lot of research papers and stuff. So yeah, this is what I can offer you. Godliness says, strategic messaging is an art for public consumption and manipulation. This art needs training. I am sorry to say, majority of our egoistic servicemen who come on media have no training for this. Thank you for sharing your observations, sir. I shall not comment beyond that. Okay. Rumit Mishra says, don't you think the United Nations should fall just like the League of Nations failed, considering current situation and the UN is not able to stop any wars? The UN has become irrelevant a long time ago. The UN's job was to maintain peace on Earth, and they have failed miserably at that. But they will not fall because they are still useful in some way, some shape or the other for some nations, powerful nations like China, the US, etc., who have infiltrated deep into the bureaucracy of the UN. They will continue to extract some value out of it, and that's why the UN will not be allowed to change or to be disbanded. Sangrur Wall has become a new member. Thank you very much, Sangrur Wall. Welcome to the channel's membership. Pallavi Bansal says, how To avoid impulsive leaders like Trump, make important decisions. How avoid impulsive leader like Trump make important decisions? When you have an impulsive leader like Trump, they will make important decisions impulsively. I don't know if they have a way of avoiding that. So Trump has acted that way when it comes to tariffs, uh, randomly imposing various kinds of high tariffs on nations depending on his mood on the day. Well, as long as it's tariffs, you can roll it back. So that doesn't do too much harm. But when it's a war, that causes people to die. And that's where people like Trump can cause a lot of damage to the world, and there's nothing we can do about it. Abhay Singh says, I read that our Air Force is running out of squadron strength. Ideally, we should have 66 squadrons and 42 at the very least. Right now, we only have 30 right now. Continued. Continued. Tejas Mark 1 and 2 are massively behind AMCA's pipe dream, and by the time Rafales are delivered, rest of the world would have moved on to the sixth or seventh generation. Yeah, we are quite behind in terms of our air force, the strength of our air force. We are supposed to have at least 42 squadrons, ideally 66, but we have less than 30, I think. We are slightly better than Pakistan in terms of number of fighter planes, which is a horrible mismanagement of, well, the air force, right? It's very unfortunate, and this situation needs to be addressed. And there's no short-term solutions to this. Even if we decide to purchase 100, let's say F-35s, let's say a lot of people like the F-35, that will take years to deliver, like decades, at least a decade. Let's say if we decide to purchase 200 Sukhoi 57s, that will take at least 10, 15 years to deliver fully. In the meanwhile, what do we do? Big problem indeed. VSVS says 34THGG. Kindly convey to Abhijit that America may presently appear diminished in strength, yet let him wait a little, and he shall soon behold the full measure of British resolve and power. Sir, this dude is James. James. If it is James, well, good to see you, James. We shall soon behold the full measure of British resolve and power. While I look forward to witnessing the grandeur and splendor of British resolve and power. Indeed, I look forward to witnessing it. AUC says, isn't it in China's interest that RIC works we versus US? Why not? Yeah, China has done many things that are not quite in line with its own interests. I agree. I mean, the Chinese seem to have an issue, the kind of issue where they regard India as an inferior nation, and they feel that they would dominate India rather than work together with India. India obviously is an inferior nation geopolitically compared to China. In terms of hard power, India is like 1/4 of China. So China is obviously right that we are not equals today. Historically, that's a different story. Yeah, we are an older civilization, blah, blah, blah. But today we are not equals. And China probably feels that China should dominate India and also Russia. So China wants to have a master-servant relationship, not a relationship of cooperation as equals. And that's what has worked against China because of their stupid, obstinate attitude. Yeah. Okay. Riley Roy says, do you think we have enough compute and energy to be an AI superpower? No. Our academia is barely funded. Yes, correct. I am an IIT student and we don't get enough funds. I know. We don't have enough compute. We don't have enough energy to be an AI superpower. AI compute is enormously energy intensive. It guzzles energy. Right? If we want to be an AI superpower, we need to really invest in nuclear. We need to have 100, 200 nuclear reactors in the country. Why not? Right? So we currently don't have enough compute or energy to be an AI superpower. Our academia is barely funded and the quality of academia is garbage. It's rotten. If you're in the IIT, you are well aware of this. And I'm sorry that this is the situation and this needs to change. Hazy says, why keep US in your sovereignty index when it's a vassal of Israel? Okay, I shall reconsider that too. I shall, once this war ends, let me take a fresh, take a new look at this entire matter with a fresh set of eyes. Let this war end. I'll look into this. Feel Strong Man says, please buy LPG cylinder under many restaurants are closing now in India. Okay. All right. Okay, sir. Thank you for letting everyone know. Ansh Divu says, as energy access becomes uncertain, is it time to popularize Hobi Baba's 3-stage thorium power plan again? Yeah. And we are way behind in the timeline. We are barely at the cusp of stage 1 and stage 2. Everything is mismanaged in India. No ambition. No ambition. We should have been well into stage 3 today. India has the world's largest thorium reserves and they're just sitting idle. So yeah, I agree. It is time to take this up on a war footing in a time of war. Sugandh says, previously I was pro-Israel when this war started without understanding the real Indian interest. But after the last 3 episodes of Ask Abhijit, perception changed. You are an Indian treasure. Sharing your videos with my circle for better understanding. Thank you so much, sir. Have I done something that made you from pro-Israel to something else? Okay, listen, I don't think I've spoken that much about Israel. My perspective is the Indian perspective. I see everything through the lens of the Indian national interest. And the way I see things, Indians should be pro-India and not pro something else. You may like some countries, but support only your country. When 2 other countries are fighting and you like one of them, you don't have to support them because you like some things about them. See, there's a lot to admire in Israel. There's a lot to admire about Israel. Okay? But this is not our war. And we also have our own national interests that are more aligned with Iran, actually. Okay? The survival of the current government in Iran is actually important for India. If this government in Iran survives, India will have more options and more geopolitical leverage. So yeah, if you understand this, then you will understand that you'll understand things better, I suppose. So I'm glad I was able to maybe shape a little bit of your worldview. And you are very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. Devis Naik says, what are the backdoor deals you think are happening which could harm India or provide profit in near future to India? I can't even imagine what these backdoor deals are. Now, if you could give some context about backdoor deals in the US, backdoor deals somewhere else. No, I have no idea. Backdoor deals where? Between the US and Pakistan? Well, that could be a backdoor deal. I can't imagine. I can't speculate. VSVS has gifted 1 membership of the channel. Thank you so much, VSVSG. Susanta Das says, hello, what will be Iran's reaction if Trump killed Mustafa Khamenei in another strike? Does Iran surrender or do something very, very nasty? Iran does not surrender. Iran will continue the war even if this current supreme leader is assassinated. That is the resilience of Iran. That's the way the Iranians are prepared for the war. The IRGC, see, so it's like this. There are nations in which the leader is a critical vulnerability for the nation. If the leader is killed, then the whole nation crumbles and collapses. An example, the Battle of Hastings, 1066. Harold Godwinson, the King of England, got an arrow in his eye. He died, and the entire government collapsed and crumbled immediately. One guy died, the king died, and the whole government collapsed, crumbled. End of story. In Iran, the position of the supreme leader is not a critical vulnerability. The IRGC, which is the real power in Iran, is totally dispersed and decentralized. Killing the supreme leader will have no effect on Iran. They will appoint one more. If you kill him, they'll appoint one more. They'll keep appointing a new supreme leader. Or if they kill too many, the Iranians will go for a few years without a supreme leader. But this will not weaken the IRGC. Iran doesn't surrender. Trump expected that killing Mr. Khamenei would immediately cause the surrender of Iran. No, didn't work. But if the next supreme leader is killed, then Iran could do something very nasty. And they won't surrender. Animish Bharatiya says, hydration reminder. Thank you very much for that reminder. It's been more than 3 hours, almost 3.5 hours. So hydration reminder, thank you. Yeah, I needed that. Ankush Sharma Photography says, if Russia is self-sufficient, why isn't it an economic superpower? Because it's sanctioned. Because the global economy is controlled by the US, and the US is trying to keep Russia out of it. Right? So Russia has the resources, but other nations aren't allowed to trade with Russia. Europe was purchasing tremendous quantities of Russian gas. That's how the European economy was running. The European industry was running. The Americans blew up Nord Stream 2 and they stopped Europe from buying Russian gas. So Russia has the resources, but the Western world is not allowed to buy those resources. Right? And obviously Russia is coming out of a disaster, which was the collapse of the USSR and the destruction of Russia's economy. So Russia is still rising, it's still growing. Because of these reasons, it's still not an economic superpower. Excuse me. Gautam says, other options to launch aircraft, if not carriers. Ground or carriers. Right? There's no other options. Pratham Soni says, admire you lot. Any specific habits to raise our standards? Excuse me. Specific habits to raise your standards. One great habit to raise your standards, which will just make you feel better every day, and that raises your standards, is pranayam. Indian breath work. That will raise your standards. That gives you tremendous energy and clarity of mind. It's great for your lungs. That raises your standards. It's a very easy way to raise your standards. You become a higher energy person right away with more mental clarity. And there are specific ways of doing pranayam, and some of these are secret ways. Maybe I shall teach you those too in the future. All right, so yeah. Songoku says, you say Aryan Indian, they killed early one in India, something white did to other, but call them American, despite white made Americans. What are you saying, sir? You say Aryan Indian, they killed early one in India, something white did to other, but call them American, despite white made American superpower. I'm not quite sure what you are saying or asking or stating. So, all right. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Argamital says, US giving India only 30-day waiver for Russian oil. Does that show American pressure? How should India respond? Also, are Pakistan's nukes owned by the US? Pakistan's nukes are most likely American nukes on loan to Pakistan. They are controlled by the US, not by Pakistan. Okay, that is my belief. I don't have proof for this, but I am pretty sure these are American nukes and not Pakistani nukes, and they are controlled by America, not Pakistan. Now, US giving India a 30-day waiver for Russian oil. Does this show American pressure? It shows American pressure. But it doesn't mean India will stop buying after 30 days. India was anyway buying Russian oil. India had not stopped buying Russian oil. But the Americans are pretending like the Americans decide India's foreign policy, the contours of India's energy policy, where India can buy from, how long India can buy from them, and so on. America decides that. That's what they're trying to convey to the world, claim to the world, that we now own India, which is a lie. Okay. So how should India respond? By ignoring their statements. Don't respond to those statements and do what you're anyway doing. That's how India should respond. Aman Kumar Dhankar says, what are all possible ways Russia can intervene? Well, one thing Russia can do is provide Iran with their satellite positioning system, access to the satellite positioning system. so that the Iranians can target their missiles accurately. The Iranians are most likely using the Chinese system, Beidou system right now. Russia can provide its system too if required as a redundancy factor. Russia can provide satellite imaging if they have that. China obviously has very good spy satellites. Russia can, if required, supply Iran with arms, ammunition, munitions, whatever, yeah, through the Caspian Sea. So many ways Russia can intervene and help Iran. Stoic Animal says, hypothetically, let's assume World War III ends up with nuclear war. What is the time lapse of changes we see in for the people of India? What skills should we focus on so our nation will be not left behind again? If we assume World War III ends up with nuclear war, then there's no skill you will need because you'll be back in the Stone Age if you survive. If there's a nuclear war, okay, there are levels of nuclear war. If somebody decides to target only Iran, well, that's horrible and that's sad, but it won't destroy the world. But if this ends up in a nuclear exchange between Russia and the US, it's the end of the world. At least 95% of the humans on the planet will die. Then forget about skills. You are back to the Stone Age. What is the time lapse of changes we see in for the people of India? Time lapse of changes. What happens is that more nations are gradually dragged into the war. Let's say the war doesn't get over, and the US perhaps drags the UK, France, Germany into the war, which then, and maybe Turkey is also dragged into the war because the US is trying to use Kurdish mercenaries. Then Russia and China get involved. Pakistan gets targeted by Iran. Pakistan fights back against Iran. The America used Pakistan. So more and more nations get involved, and eventually there's a nuclear exchange. Well, that's a world war, right? What skills should we focus on so our nation does not get left behind? We have the skills. We need to focus on reforms. We have to focus on reforms. We have to clean up the system, and we have to reform every institution and every sector. That's what needs to happen, sir. Electric Zion says, does diplomacy mean anything anymore? With how the US and its allies have been repeatedly reneging on promises of peace with nations like Iran. See, diplomacy does matter. Diplomacy is still relevant. Diplomacy is all about arm twisting behind closed doors. It's about issuing naked, open threats behind closed doors and seeing how much you can push somebody and how much leverage you can use. That's what diplomacy is. Diplomacy is not all sophisticated behavior and wearing nice clothes and behaving very politely. That's only for the cameras. Behind closed doors, it is the opposite of that. Diplomacy is brutal and nasty behind closed doors, but you don't see that. Diplomacy is still very relevant. But what is no longer relevant is the word of the Americans. Okay? Trump lies every day. You can no longer take his word to be the truth. Nobody believes Trump anymore. Nobody believes the American regime anymore. So that's what's happened. America's word doesn't mean anything anymore. But diplomacy does mean a lot. Himansh Rathod says, wants to pursue MA, PhD history and research while continuing government job. Could you guide me on institutions allowing this so my papers can go mainstream? I don't know about this. I am not no longer, been a long time I am not active in the Indian education system, and I am no expert on where to get admissions for what degree and all. I don't know, sir. I don't know. I am an advocate of great reform in the education system. I don't know which institution will allow you to do various things while continuing a government job. I am not aware of this. I don't have this information. I'm sorry about that. I'm not the person to ask these questions. Godliness says, is tech turning people to be more and more like Mr. Chavda, or do you think they are becoming more Biden? Thank God, at least I am more like Mr. A. Ranganathan. Is technology turning people to be more and more like Mr. Chavda, or do you think they are becoming more Biden? See, technology. I use technology. I use all possible technology, but I don't. I have not become a slave of technology. Right? I don't use AI to do my thinking for me. I'm extremely careful. I don't use AI to to do my thinking for me. I do my thinking. AI can be used for finding resources and finding links and doing that sort of thing, donkey work. Your thinking you have to do yourself. Don't start outsourcing your thinking to AI. I think most people are doing that. Most people are just outsourcing all their mental work to AI. You think for me, you give me answers, and I'll do exactly what you said. That's what's happening now. So most people are becoming more and more Biden. That's what AI is doing to people. I must be an outlier in that matter. I use AI, but I use AI for doing the donkey work that sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, that's what's most likely happening. Suraj Singh says, "What's your thoughts on micro black holes?" Oh, I am a huge fan of micro black holes. Yes, I'm a huge fan of micro black holes. Micro black holes were most likely produced in great abundance during the very early epoch of our universe, right after the Big Bang. There was most likely, based on various models, because of quantum fluctuations, there was most likely overproduction of black holes before cosmic inflation and also in the post-inflationary epoch. So, in various scenarios, you have essentially an overproduction of micro black holes in the early universe during reheating, recombination, even pre-inflation, etc. Now, what happened to them is the big question. Did they just evaporate and die out? Or do they still linger around in certain shapes and forms? And what if they formed stable, quantized bound states, which no longer evaporate? Or what if they leave behind Planck scale remnants that are stable? Many, many questions out there. So black holes, micro black holes are I think, very relevant. And they may provide answers to many of the big questions that are still open in cosmology and physics. So I'm a big fan of micro black holes. Huge fan. Varalika says, Iran has a new supreme leader. Does a younger, angrier Khamenei make a post-war Iran-India reset harder or impossible? Look, the new Khamenei is a younger one. He's probably going to be angry because his father was assassinated. And he's going to be way more hardline than his dad. And he's going to be focused on the US right now, of course. But whenever the war ends and Mr. Mujtaba Khamenei is still the supreme leader, let's say, how will he deal with India? How will he approach the India-Iran relationship is the question. I think he'll be pragmatic and practical about this. Right? I think that he will approach the question constructively, that maybe India said some things that Iran doesn't like, but India did not take any actions that were detrimental to Iran's interests. So let's take it forward positively. India also had constraints. And hopefully the relationship improves over time. It's already a decent relationship. It's not like we have any problems with Iran, but hopefully the relationship can be strengthened, because Iran is a natural ally of India, right? So I don't think a post-war India-Iran reset is harder or impossible. I think the supreme leader is elected for certain qualities like wisdom and pragmatism. And if the supreme leader has those qualities, there should not be any problem in taking India-Iran relations forward after the war. JRXNA says, independent Kurdistan effects on India, Russia, China. China, India, Russia. Well, no direct effects. Not direct effects. But the complications will have second order effects, third order effects that will be relevant to India, China, Russia. Kurdistan is in the north and northwest, it's in the west and northeast of Iran. Not really oil bearing regions. So independent Kurdistan, I don't think there'll be much of an effect on India at least, or China also. Russia is more relevant in the region, so maybe something there. JRXNA says, what book are you reading right now and why? Well, one of the books I'm reading is 1066. It's called 1066. A history of the year of three battles. That's one. Why? Because it's fascinating. Another is I still have that Sherlock Holmes book sitting over there. I haven't touched it for a while. Yeah, and I'm always reading like a couple of books at the same time, maybe more than two. Tejas says, is Modi a true leader or a product of India's weak political ecosystem and low leadership standards? He's the best leader we've had since 47. That's what I'll say. Okay, he's the best prime minister we've had since 47. He has achieved a lot for the nation. He has got a lot. He's done a lot of work for the nation, visible, measurable work, more than any other prime minister. So, from that perspective, he's the best leader we have had since 1947. That's my view. JRXNA is a new member. Thank you very much, and welcome to the channel's membership. He just asks the same question again, but I just answered that. All right. Really now, Ms. Patel says, tell us about the Knights Templar still active. The Knights Templar were a powerful group of powerful religious group, religious warriors, monk warriors, from the time of the Crusades, and they were eventually destroyed. They were all massacred. I don't remember which king it was who massacred them. And they fought the Crusades, and eventually there was essentially a coup against them, and they were all captured and killed. And there are certain religious places that were associated in the past with the Knights Templar. They were after the Holy Grail, a cup that held the blood of Shri Christ, of Mr. Christ. That's the kind of story one hears. And there's this chapel, this church in Scotland, Ireland. Where is it? Rosslyn Chapel, that is associated with that, with the Knights Templar. Are they still active? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Shrey Singh Rawat says, loved your work with me streams. Please do more. Oh, the work with me streams. Well, there were like 30 people watching at every stream. I'm not sure if it was something that most people wanted, but I'm glad you loved them. Thank you. Al Kashikari says, hypothetically, what happens if the US quits and leaves Israel alone in this war? Well, the Israel gets very displeased. But if the US just walks out and says, okay, I'm done with the war, I'm done, what happens? Can Israel fight alone? Israel can keep fighting if they keep getting supplies from the US. See, Israel's war fighting capability depends on them getting supplied by the US. What supplies? Arms, munition, all that. Ammunition, not ammunitions, all that. America supplies the weapons Israel uses for fighting its wars. Of course, Israel also has its own weapons manufacturing capabilities, but it can't take care of all of its requirements and needs. So if the US quits but keeps supplying Israel with whatever it needs, Israel can keep fighting. But Israel will come under tremendous pressure now because Iran no longer has to fight America. It can focus on Israel alone. So it will be very, 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 very dangerous for Israel if this happens. Anupam Sudhakaran is a new member. Thank you very much, Anupam Sudhakaran. And I love the display picture you've got. Shri Chinggis Khan, welcome to the channel's membership. Clever Sid says, what's the impact on the environment because of this war? Disaster. The Americans have blown up oil depots near Tehran. And that oil is burning, and the whole sky above Tehran is dark now. Huge, thick, black clouds of smoke. And when it rains oil. It's a disaster for the environment. What happened to carbon footprint and all that stuff? No one cares now, right? No one's going to talk about that now. Fast Snail says, can India get the exception like China to get a pass at the Strait of Hormuz, or has it dented relations with Iran after taking the side of Israel? See, India only verbally kind of took the side of Israel and the US. India has not taken any actions that take the side of Israel or the US. Through actions, India has actually taken the side of Iran, kind of, by giving shelter to an Iranian warship in a port, in an Indian port, where the Iranian ship currently sits, and the sailors are being accommodated in Indian naval headquarters. I mean, quarters. So India has not taken any actions against Iran. Through actions, India has been kind of pro-Iran slightly. And Iran has already said that India has an exception. Indian ships can transit the oil, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will not target them. So India already has that exception. Yeah. Keshav Kishan says, if Iran manages to finish BB, Netanyahu, what happens then? Well, then I think if that happens, then Israel will take very drastic action against Iran, and the war will escalate to very dangerous levels. Deep Learner says, sorry, I meant to ask, wasn't that a misjudgment on your part when you said India chose a side considering everything was words? No offense. No offense. I said India chose a side verbally, and I stand by what I said. Of course, India chose a side verbally. That's not a misjudgment. I don't think it's a misjudgment. What I said at the time was correct. See, today we have the benefit of hindsight. It's been like 8, 9, 10 days of war. What I said on day 2 or day 3, now we have more information, and maybe things have changed completely. There are people who expect that what I said 5 years ago, I should still stick to that. But hasn't the world changed? My analysis will be shaped by the changing world order. What I said 4 years ago, 5 years ago may not be relevant at all today. So my analysis was relevant 4 years ago, but what I said today is relevant for today. And what I said today may be totally different from what I said 4 years ago, because the world was different then. But people don't understand that. They say you keep changing your analysis. The world is changing, right? So what I said initially, that India has taken the side of, has chosen a side verbally for practical reasons, not the ideological reasons. Well, that's what India did at the time. Now India has recalibrated. Maybe India thought it is misjudged. Is that my misjudgment? No. So no, it's not a misjudgment. Anupam Sudhakaran says, Namaste ji. Doesn't the deep state have any say in the present conflict? The deep state is driving the conflict. Are all decisions being made by President Trump? Sure. Is he being molded into a convenient pinch bag to pin all the blames? Well, if things go south, he's going to be blamed for everything. Of course. The buck stops at the top. And the official top is the White House. The deep state is driving the conflict. Trump is just what we see. And of course, if things go wrong, they'll blame him. Are all decisions being made by President Trump? Well, you see, Marco Rubio gave this quote during an interaction with the press, like 3 days into the war, 3 or 4 days into the war. When asked why this war happened, he said that we had knowledge that Israel was planning to strike at Iran. And we knew that if Israel struck at Iran, Iran would strike back at us too. So that's why we preempted that by striking at Iran before the Iranians could strike back at us. Because we knew Israel was going to strike them. But what if you allow Israel to strike, but you stay out of it? Then what happens? So essentially, Marco Rubio admitted that Israel dragged the US into the war. So Marco Rubio admitted that the US is powerless to stop Israel from doing this. And when Israel gets involved into a war, the US has to rescue them. So are these decisions being made by President Trump? I'm not sure. It shows that a lot of decisions are being made by Israel, actually. Yeah, right. Modern Samurai Gaming says, Bangladesh Kli Hindus denied to play cricket in India, giving Bangladesh 5 tons of diesel. I don't understand what India is doing. I don't understand. Yeah. Tennis India. Well, thank you very much, Tennis India. House of Discussion says, will it be Asia versus Europe, World War III in Middle East, reason oil? It's not Asia versus Europe. That's not the division we have here. We have the US and Israel versus Iran, but along with US and Israel, there's a number of nations, West Asian nations, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, UAE, etc., who are all involved in the war. So it's Asia versus Asia, kind of being driven by outsiders. If you consider Israel to be a European nation, which it's actually not, but whatever. So it's not a split between Asia and Europe in this war. The Watchman says, any comments on the upcoming alien disclosure by the president of the US about Steven Spielberg is also coming up with a Hollywood movie. What a time to be alive. I am super skeptical about this alien disclosure. Super skeptical. All this UFO activity and all that people see in some countries, I believe it is merely super advanced technology that the Americans have. I don't think it's any actual aliens who are visiting the planet. I'll be very pleased if there's actual evidence of aliens, but simply putting out an email that claims there are aliens is not proof. Or publishing a document that says we met aliens, it's not proof. Show the actual aliens. I would like to see a podcast with an alien. My friend Ranveer would like to do that. I would like to see an actual alien. Hard evidence, incontrovertible evidence, not this claim. So I am very skeptical about this. Nishan Bag says, I am 22, ex-JEE, father got cancer, no savings, work. Okay, you're giving more context here. I'm 22 years old. You are ex-JEE student. Father got cancer, no savings, working 13, 14 hours, have no strong skills yet. I'm eager to learn. I feel stuck. Any advice? So you are like you said, you were interested in technology and things like that, right? I don't have the, yeah. So you are interested in technology and so on, and you don't have any skills right now. So look, the good news is you just 22. You're a kid. You're just starting off, right? Okay, right now you're not happy. You're working 13, 14 hours a day. You don't have strong skills. You're eager to learn. You feel stuck. Well, what I would say is spend your free time acquiring skills. It's hard to have free time when you're working 13, 14 hours. So try to somehow engineer slightly better working hours, maybe 10 hours instead of 13, 14. That way you can sleep 8 hours and find some time to acquire skills and study as diligently as possible, and study not academic study but acquiring skill study. Today you can acquire skills for free. You don't need to go to college, university, or whatever to acquire the skills that you want. All the information and knowledge, best knowledge is available on YouTube. If you want to learn programming, if you want to learn machine learning or whatever it is, so find the time somehow, anyhow, in the next 2 years, 3 years maximum, acquire the skills you need, and then find a way to pivot. That's what you should do. You just 22, you just starting off. You don't need to be disheartened. Okay. Even if you succeed by 30, it's a great outcome. And the struggle will teach you a lot that people who have not struggled will never learn. So what I would say is stay healthy, stay energetic, and just go for it. All right, sir. All the best. I'm sorry that you're in the situation, but you can overcome it all. All the best, Nishan. Gulibar says, how can the West pressure Russia if the US eases restrictions for markets while the EU tightens them? Is this a rift in relations or a European move towards strategic independence? Europe does seek more strategic autonomy for sure. Yeah, Europe feels constrained by the overbearing behavior of the US. The US has reconfigured its relationship with Europe. Yeah, NATO especially. How can the West pressure Russia if the US eases restrictions for markets while the EU tightens them? Well, I'm not sure specifically what's happening that you're talking about. US eases restrictions for which markets? And the EU tightens restrictions for which markets? European markets. But when it comes to India and Europe, we have a trade deal now, and the restrictions are being lifted significantly for India. So sometimes the US and the EU may be at cross purposes, and that obviously will be good for Russia. But that's the way things go, especially in coalitions involving lots of countries, like the EU, also NATO. Okay, Prashant Sharma says NBC interview with Iran foreign minister is funny. Okay, I have not watched it and I will not watch it here, but thank you for letting me know. I don't mind watching something funny I'd love to watch it. Yeah. Tariq Aziz says, who do you think the terrorists are, Iran or the USA? Well, Iran has done nothing against India. Iran has never launched a single terrorist attack on India. Iran has not sent a single terrorist into India. Pakistan does that all the time. And who funds and finances Pakistan? The United States. That's all I can say. Fast Snail says, how does Navy escorting containers at Hormuz help? It does not help. It does not help. The Navy becomes like a sitting ducks, just like the containers. The Navy then has to defend the container plus defend itself. It's not going to work out that way. Sending naval warships to escort containers is not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't work. Abhirup Sarkar says, if India were removed from the SWIFT system, how would the rupee hold up, and what investments besides gold would make sense in India? I think if India were removed from the SWIFT system, India's economy would be devastated. India would not be able to do any economic transactions with any other countries. Then India would be devastated by that. Yeah. Unless India participates in a separate parallel system with the BRICS nations, I think something like that is being done right now. So the sooner that comes up, the better it is for India. In that case, the rupee will still be impacted for sure, but will not do so poorly. What investments besides gold make sense in India? I don't know. I'm not an investing expert, somebody who can give advice about that, so I can't say. Ujwal Mishra, thank you very much, Ujwalji. DSCV Sri Lakshmi says, I live in the US. I came as a student and I'm working here now. I agree with the analysis you make about this country, and how can I make the best of here? Okay, so you live in the US, you came as a student and you're working there now. How can you make the best of being in the US? Well, the US, there are so many good things about the US. The US is a land where you are genuinely free and where there's genuinely no limit to what you can achieve. So what can you do to make the best of being there? Take off. Whatever your dreams are, pursue them. Work as hard as possible. And then go for it. In the US, you can reach the fullest extent of your potential. That's the thing about the US. There are no artificial constraints and restrictions and barriers like you have in India. So without knowing you personally, I can't offer you any advice beyond that. But I would say make the best of being there. Right? Whatever dreams, hopes, aspirations, ambitions you have, work on them with as much energy as possible and do your best and achieve whatever you want to achieve. All right? All the best. All the best, ma'am. Ramaranga says, treat this as a light-hearted question away from geopolitics for a second. Do you wear dress watch, dive watch, or beater watch on a daily basis? Or do you wear Apple Watch like the rest of the Evox? I don't have an Apple Watch, so I don't wear an Apple Watch. I have a watch. My favorite watch is a watch that I purchased 23 years ago from Park City, Utah, in the US. It's a watch with a titanium strap. Fossil watch. I'm not sure if it's a dress watch, dive watch. I don't know those terms. Beater watch. I like that watch. That's my favorite watch. Still works. And I have a couple of other watches, which dress watch and so on. On a daily basis, I would wear that watch, my favorite watch. I'm sure it can work as a dress watch. It's pretty classy, elegant. Yeah, and I don't wear Apple Watch. I don't have an Apple Watch. I've never bothered to buy one. So, Ujwal Mishra says, appreciating you and how to gain knowledge like you. Always be curious, or whatever curiosity you have, let it drive you and let it make you learn new things. And do read. I got whatever knowledge I have from reading. Yeah. Ansh Divu says, does geostrategy, game theory, etc. suggest that superpowers would always be the most aggressive and hypocritical? Or can a superpower be a world peacemaker? Game theory has nothing to say about hypocrisy. Okay? That's human nature. That game theory says nothing about hypocrisy. Geostrategy, it's based on various kinds of models. including game theory. So that says nothing about superpowers being hypocritical. Aggressive, well, aggression, yeah, game theory can tell you about aggression. Aggression is a strategy. It's a valid strategy in depending on what kind of game you're playing and what the circumstances are. Can a superpower be a world peacemaker? Well, it can if it chooses to, but it doesn't have the incentive to be a world peacemaker. The incentive is to, yeah, the incentive is to establish world peace through strength by suppressing everybody else. That's the most logical way of manner for a superpower to proceed in, right? So game theory tells you what is the optimal behavior for a player, such as a powerful nation, given a certain set of circumstances, and the other players who are playing the game, and what are their characteristics. You can set up all kinds of scenarios in game theory based on this. So it doesn't say anything about hypocrisy, but it does say that superpower can be a world peacemaker only by defeating everybody else or subduing everybody else. Nanya says in NCERT 11, Chapter 8, Advent of Aryan, first page seems fake. I am so sorry to hear this. I've heard about this problem that NCERT is still peddling the Aryan invasion or Aryan migration theory. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. After all these years, we're still doing this. Anyway, thank you for letting us know, ma'am. McLevin, good to see you. Hand over the secret pranayam and no one gets hurt. The secret pranayam is walking pranayam. You can do pranayam while walking. That's the secret pranayam. You don't have to sit with your eyes closed and do whatever you're doing. You can do pranayam with your eyes open while walking. So you get the benefit of exercise, walking, plus the breath work, the pranayam, which also is the first step towards meditation, the practice of meditation. You can do all of that while walking. And it's pretty difficult at first. You do it for 20 minutes, you feel like you've done surgery on yourself. That's how it feels the first time you do it. But yeah, that is, in my opinion, one of the most powerful forms of pranayam. Secret. Trail says, why is India bending in front of the US to buy fuel from them? Also, with respect to Iran-Israel war, do you think Russia strategically not interfering because other countries would rely on them for fuel? Well, it is in Russia's interest for this war to go on for a long period of time, because that will help them sell a lot of oil, which is great for their economy, and it will finance the war against Ukraine. So that, from that perspective, this war, the longer it lasts, the better it is for Russia, as long as Iran is able to hold its own. Okay. Now about India. Why is India bending in front of the US to buy fuel from them? India is trying its best to maintain a decent relationship with the US, because we don't want to face more pressure from the US. An example is, the US can impose all kinds of economic, financial, and strategic pain on India. So we are trying our best to have a good relationship with them. Obviously, there will be lines we will not cross. If it feels like we are bending in front of them, maybe we want that message to go to the US that, we are kind of being extra deferential to you, especially because Trump is that sort of guy who wants that. But as long as India does not compromise its vital interests, I think it's okay as a ploy in game theory. As a temporary strategy, it's okay, as long as it doesn't cross certain strategic red lines for India. Gajapati Dev says, listening to Abhijit Sar on Ask Abhijit show versus writing 30 minutes daily, suggested by Sar. World War III like confusing situation for me. If you had the option of listening to me for 30 minutes or writing for 30 minutes, I would say go and write for 30 minutes. It will be better for you. But if you have more time, do listen to me as well. I am not opposed to that at all. But if you had a choice of only doing this or that, listening to me for 30 minutes or writing for 30 minutes, I'll say go write for 30 minutes. It'll be better for you. World War III like confusing situation. Yeah, it's very confusing because the things are changing really fast. This situation is called the fog of war by Clausewitz. Okay, the fog of war, where everything is confusing. Fog of war concept. It's taking longer than usual. Why is it in Hindi? Devanagari. Fog of war. Concept. So, what's this concept? The uncertainty, the confusion, and limited situational awareness experienced by commanders and soldiers during military operations, often caused by incomplete, inaccurate, or overwhelming information. So, we as non combatants, we are also facing the same situation: incomplete, inaccurate, and overwhelming quantity of information. So, that's the fog of war that we are also experiencing despite being non combatants. Hithvedi says reasons for these events not affecting the US dollar because the global economy is still underpinned by the US dollar. Oil transactions are still happening in the US dollar. If you want to see de-dollarization effects, those effects will take a long time to happen. Okay, that happens over a long period of time. A war within 7 days, 10 days will not start affecting the US dollar. The US dollar will its status will change depending on whether nations stop purchasing oil in US dollars or not, and a whole set of uh, other data points as well. So these things happen slowly. There's a typically a lag between cause and effect. In some sports, there is you will see the effect immediately, but in some sports you will see a lag between cause and effect. For example, most sports you will see it immediately, that you change your strategy and you will see the changes immediately. But for example, if you want to become a bodybuilder, you start eating protein, like a high protein diet, and start going to gym regularly 5 days a week or whatever, following a proper diet plan, it will take you 3 to 6 months to see the effects. So similarly, some things, there's a lag between something happening and the effect becoming visible. Bishal says, did regional kingdoms weaken pan-Indian unity? No. Civilizational unity, not weakened. Political unity, of course, weakened. When you have kingdoms instead of a single empire, political unity is obviously impacted by that. Yeah. Mudit says, are new Epstein images showing Hawking in Bill's lap true? I haven't seen that. Bill Hawking in Bill's lap. I don't even want to see that. Thank you. I don't know. Ugh. Harshal says, is the entropy of the universe reducing or increasing? What does it mean for our planet, and how does it affect the nature of time? Is time and entropy correlated in some way? Entropy is a measure of disorder. Let me give you a very simple example. Look at my background. Is books here? You can see books. It's real books. It's not a wallpaper. It's real books. So you can see it's all very orderly. I've got some dinosaurs up here and some all that stuff, but it's all kept orderly. So when you have this kind of order, it's called that. It means that this room that I am in, the system that I'm in, is a low entropy system, highly ordered system. But consider a scenario where I have pens and cables on the floor and books thrown around and clothes lying on the floor. It's complete mess. It's a complete disorder, right? That's a high entropy system. So the question is the entropy of the universe reducing or increasing, which means is the amount of order or disorder of the universe increasing or decreasing? And thermodynamics tells us that entropy either stays the same or increases. The universe is a system. So the entropy of the universe is increasing over time. What does it mean for our planet, and how does it affect the nature of time? It means that for our planet, eventually the planet will go to dust. Eventually. It'll be transformed into dust. When the sun becomes a red giant, the outer layers of the sun will engulf the earth. They'll go beyond Earth's orbit. So earth will be burnt to a crisp. Eventually the sun will die. It will spend its last billions of years as a white dwarf. And earth eventually will crumble into nothingness. So that's what it means for a planet, because entropy increases. How does it affect the nature of time? Is time and entropy correlated in some way? Possibly the arrow of time, the unidirectional arrow of time, perhaps has something to do with entropy, perhaps. Also, perhaps quantum entanglement and so on. That is a long discussion, but possibly. That's a theory, but it's not proven. It's an interesting theory though. Suraj Singh says, want to see Milky Way with the naked eye. Suggestions. Well, Today, if you live in any city in India, you can't see the Milky Way with your naked eye. My suggestion is, well, go to a place where there is no light pollution. Hard to find such places. One place I have found is the shores of Lake Pangong in Ladakh. If you go to Ladakh, you will see the Milky Way in its full glory. So go to a place like that. You don't have to go to Ladakh. It's a very difficult place for most people. Most people can't take the altitude. But go to a place like that where there's no light pollution. Then you will see the Milky Way. I still remember the first time I saw the Milky Way and realized what it was. I must have been 2 or 3 years old. And I had very sharp eyesight as a kid at the time. And I see this incredible quantity of stars. And so many stars, it looks like a cloud. But I can discern there are individual stars there. But from afar, it looks like a cloud. That, for the first time, drove home the realization for me how vast our own galaxy is. The number of stars. And each star is like our sun. That staggered me. I was like a kid, like little kid, toddler. So yeah, go to a place like that. Then you can watch it. Then you can see it in its full glory. User says, anything on Pakistan-Israel nexus and their secret cooperation? I don't have any new understanding of it. See, what I have to say is very simple and straightforward. It's logical. Israel is America's number one ally. America gives unconditional support to Israel, right? And Pakistan is one of America's principal vassal states. So if America and Israel are on the same side, they are both allies, and Pakistan is America's vassal state, then what's the relationship between Pakistan and Israel? That's the big question. And Pakistan seems to be on the side of the US and Israel in this war. So clearly there is more to this relationship than meets the eye. But what's the secret cooperation? I have no idea. I don't have secret information. Golibar says, I know you from TRS. Any plans on going to TRS again? I go there from time to time. So I'm glad that you know me from TRS, and I'll keep going to TRS. Yeah, that's gonna keep going on. I'm sure, sooner or later. Once again, Sugantha says, my girlfriend is pursuing as data analyst, emerging AI threat and future opportunities in IT sector, particularly this role. Your thoughts on this? Thank you so much. Okay, she wants to be a data analyst, emerging AI threat and future opportunities in IT sector, particularly this role, data analyst role. Or you can do a tremendous amount of data analysis using AI. Let's say you have a data set. Let's say it's a CSV file. Let's say it's tabbed, whatever format the file is. Let's say you've got a tremendous amount of data for a particular company, their business. Let's say legacy data, 20 years of data. You can take all of this data and dump it into an industrial scale AI, enterprise scale AI. And the AI is going to go through everything and it's going to give you tremendous insights about the data. Let's say you are a single one-person business. Let's say you're an entrepreneur and you've got Excel sheets full of data. Okay, sales, whatever, invoices, all of that, expenditure, and so on and so forth. AI can take that. AI can go through your email. It can synthesize all the information and give you insights you would not believe were possible. Data analysis is going to be eaten alive by AI. That is how I see things going, unfortunately. Just telling you. All right. All the best to you and your girlfriend. All the best. Keep this in mind. Okay. Okay, Pranav. If the US has advanced weapons from Area 51, then why not using? Well, that's a good question. I don't know if they have advanced weapons from Area 51, but if they have it, why are they not using that stuff? That's a good question, and I don't have an answer to that. I have not claimed that they have advanced weapons from Area 51. But the UFO things that we see, there seem to be advanced technology that they are developing. But why haven't they used in this war? Maybe this is not a big enough war for that. Maybe those weapons are to be kept for the final, most important war. Maybe don't show that right now. Vipul Pawar says, if space-time is emergent, what's the fundamental structure from which geometry arises? Nobody has the answer. We don't know if space-time is emergent or not. Emergent space-time, we're talking about LQG, loop quantum gravity. In that, you have a fundamental unit of space-time and a fundamental volume of space-time, right? 10 raised to minus 99 or so meters, cubic meters, roughly. What's the fundamental structure from which geometry arises? Quantum foam, I suppose. Quantum foam. So we only have speculative theories right now. And theories like loop quantum gravity, etc. And they don't make, see, for a theory to be taken seriously, it has to make testable predictions. And these theories don't make testable predictions as of now. So these are very speculative theories. Nice mathematical theories, and I would say pretty grounded theories, but still don't make any testable predictions that I am aware of. So we don't have answers to these questions. We are talking about scales you can't imagine. Imagine a volume of 10 raised to minus 99 cubic meters. I mean, can you even imagine that? It's way, 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 way smaller than the Planck scale. So this is, it's mostly speculation right now. We don't have any concrete answers. Pranit Kumar says, since Indian Hindu diaspora is increasing in the US, there are many Hindu billionaires in the US. Chance of Hindu lobby in the future, like a Jewish lobby in the US? No. Hindus never unite. Have you ever seen anybody herding cats together? No. Right? Yeah, there's no chance of a Hindu lobby in the US. I don't see that happening. Harsh says, how will this war affect China and Pakistan? Well, it depends on how it goes. If the war goes longer, the Americans use Chinese territory for attacking Iran, then Pakistani territory for attacking Iran, then Pakistan does get dragged into the war. And that's a big problem for Pakistan. China, well, if the American supplies of arms, ammunition, etc. get depleted, then the Americans have to cannibalize their positions in East Asia, then that benefits China. Okay, it's been more than 4 hours. I got to end this soon. Sanju says, according to you, whom do you think to be the best king India ever had in terms of security, growth, and prosperity? Also, I bow down before knowledge. Please don't do that. But anyway, thank you very much. The best king India ever had in terms of security, growth, and prosperity. If you're asking about the last 2,000 years, I can give several candidates. One is Kanishka the Great. Another is Samudragupta. One more, I would say, Rajendra Chola. And of course, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj the Great. Even though he did not see the full extent of the empire he founded, but yeah. Who was the greatest? If you were to ask me, if I had to take one name, I would say Kanishka the Great. I would say Kanishka. No offense to anybody else, but I would say Kanishka. In the past 2000, maybe in the first millennium AD. Golibar says, US Greenland issue, is it closed or dormant? It's dormant. Dormant. Global says, do you prefer Linux or Windows? I have never used Linux. Never used it. I once studied Linux for a while, the command line and VI editor and stuff, very, very long ago. But I use Windows and iOS. So I don't have much experience, almost negligible experience with Linux. Gbam says, why do banks like Rothschilds fund global wars? Well, I don't know if they do, and if they do, I don't know why. Maybe it's about world domination. Gigi's says, we've been talking about Indian economy and Indian education system, but how can we actually bring rapid changes, real rapid changes, not tiny increments? We can't. Only the government can. The common person can't do a thing about this. People like me can only talk about it and recommend what needs to be done. But the only people who have the power to make changes are the government, the people in the government. They can bring about changes by passing laws, by drafting, formulating policies and implementing them. Easy stuff. They can do it. They can make changes through the stroke of a pen and have these changes become real world changes. They can do it, but they choose not to do it. Sanu says, have you gone through the works of Dr. Nilesh Nilkant Oak on Ramayana and Mahabharat proofs? Do you agree with him? He talks about Norway too in it. I have not gone through it. I have not studied his work. So I can't say. I don't have an opinion about it. Govind says, can Iran attack US mainland in any way? Like launch a missile just to scare them? Look, when you launch a missile, it's no longer scaring them. It's actually taking action, right? Which can actually damage something in the US, maybe do some damage, possibly serious damage. Can Iran do that? I don't know if Iran has the capacity to attack the American mainland through missiles, for example. I don't think Iranian missiles have that sort of range, ICBM, intercontinental range. I don't think so. I not that I know of. So as far as I know, it's not the case. They don't have the capability. Other more innovative ways, well, I'll not go there. Aditya Iyer says, why no country came forward to support India in Operation Sindoor, especially after giving free COVID vaccines against Pakistan? Who are our real partners? Who are our real partners? No friend, not friends. We have no real partners. India stands alone. Okay? India stands alone. Why did no country come forward to support India in Operation Sindoor after we gave free COVID vaccines to everybody? Because that's not how the world works. You give something for free, people will take it for granted. If you give something in a way that there is reciprocity, a reciprocity agreement which is signed legally, and you have the power to enforce it, then they will then they will act as per the agreement. So giving things for free is like throwing things out of a moving car. There's no point doing it, in my opinion. Krishant Bordoloy says, bit off topic, but please react to Durandar 2 trailer, but be careful about copyright strike. I am not playing a trailer here. I've not watched it. I'm not aware of it. Has it come out, the trailer? And if I play it here, I could get a copyright strike. So I will watch it offline, and I'll see. At least thank you for letting me know this trailer is out. I do look forward to watching the movie, the second part. Yeah. Golibar says, you said the earth will eventually be dust. What's the point of geopolitics, Chanakiniti, blah, blah? At the end, it doesn't matter. Meh. The earth will be dust in 5 billion, 6 billion years. It doesn't matter what happens at that time to us. What matters is what we do in our lifetime. Do we make our life a meaningful life? Every life is going to end. Then why do we even live? That's not the right approach to life. As long as we are here, can we make this a meaningful life? That's the only thing that matters. The earth will eventually be dust. That doesn't matter. What we do with the time we have in this universe is what matters. So I think it all matters. It all matters. Maybe it's just a game. Then let's play the game and enjoy it. That's how I see it. Okay. DSCV Sri Lakshmi says, thanks for the advice. I really enjoy your live stream. I'm 24 years old and working in environmental consulting. You are very welcome, ma'am. You're very young. You have a long way forward ahead of you, and I think you can achieve anything you want to achieve as long as you put in the right effort, the right energy, and you work smart, not just hard. All right. So thank you so much for your very kind words. Thank you for being a viewer, and all the best. I wish you success. Putin says, can Yogi ji do a Prigozhin-like rebellion against Modi? I don't ever imagine that happening. Megalomaniac says, why experts all around the world are criticizing Modi? It's maybe a concerted campaign to create a certain kind of narrative about India. Yeah. Okay, that brings me to the end of this live stream. Finally, after 4 hours, 19 minutes, let's wrap it up. Thank you so much, everybody, for your questions. Thank you for your viewership. I really appreciated it. Keep asking questions, keep raising your standards. And I shall see you on Saturday. There's a bit of a break because I'm traveling, but I shall see you next on Saturday. I look forward to seeing you there. Until then, take care. See you soon.